Political Conservatism as Motivated Social Cognition. John T. Jost. Stanford University. Jack Glaser. University of California, Berkeley. Ari W. Kruglinski. University of Maryland at College Park. Frank J. Sulloway. University of California, Berkeley. Analyzing Political Conservatism as Motivated Social Cognition integrates theories of personality, or authoritarianism, dogmatism, intolerance of ambiguity, epistemic and existential needs, foreclosure, regulatory focus, terror management, and ideological rationalization, social dominance, system justify. Cation. A meta-analysis, 88 samples, 12 countries, 22,818 cases, confirms that several psychological variables predict political conservatism: death anxiety, weighted mean R.50, system instability, .47. Dogmatism, intolerance of ambiguity, .34, openness to experience, .32, uncertainty tolerance, .27. Needs for order, structure, and closure, .26, integrative complexity, .20, fear of threat and loss, .18. and self-esteem, .09. The core ideology of conservatism stresses resistance to change and justification of inequality, and is motivated by needs that vary situationally and dispositionally to manage uncertainty and threat. Conservatism is a demanding mistress and is giving me a migraine. George F. Will Bunce. For more than half a century, psychologists have been tracking the hypothesis that different psychological motives and tendencies underlie ideological differences between the political left and the right. The practice of singling out political conservatives for SPE/SEAL study began with Adorno, Frenkel, Brunswick, Levinson, and Sanford's 1950 landmark study of authoritarianism and the fascist potential in personality. An asymmetrical focus on right-wing authoritarianism, RWA, was criticized heavily on theoretical and methodological grounds. For example, Christie, 1954, Isenk, 1954. Rokiach, 1960, Schills, 1954, but it has withstood the relentless tests of time and empirical scrutiny. For example, Altemeyer, 1981, 1988, 1996, 1998, Billig, 1984, Brown, 1965, Christie, 1991, Elms, 1969, Sedanius, 1985, W. F. Stone, 1980, W. F. Stone, Lederer, and Christie, 1993, Tetlock, 1984, Wilson, 1973. C. A voluminous literature, which we review here, facilitates the comparison of cognitive styles and motivational needs of political conservatives with those of moderates, liberals, radicals, and left-wingers. In addition to classic and contemporary approaches to authoritarianism, we cover less obvious sources of theory and research on individual differences associated with dogmatism and intolerance of ambiguity, uncertainty avoidance, need for cognitive closure, and social dominance orientation, SDO, insofar as each of these psychological variables contributes to a deeper and more nuanced understanding of political conservatism. The study of authoritarianism and other personality theories of political attitudes is often dismissed a priori as an illegitimate value-laden attempt to correlate general psychological profiles with specific ideological beliefs, for example, Derime, 1997, J. L. March. Tin, 2001, Ray, 1988. The psychological study of ideological conservatism is one that invites controversy, for example, Redding, 2001. Sears, 1994, Sedanius, Prato, and Bobo, 1996, Snyderman and Tet. Locke, 1986, Tetlock, 1994, Tetlock and Mitchell, 1993, but this circumstance does not mean that researchers should avoid it. Our view is that it is a legitimate empirical issue whether there are demonstrable links between a clearly defined set of psychological needs, motives, and properties and the adoption of politically conservative attitudes. The measurement of individual differences is an excellent starting point for understanding the psychological basis of political ideology, but we argue that approaching political conservatism exclusively from the standpoint of personality theory is a mistake. The hypothesis that people adopt conservative ideologies in an effort to satisfy various social cognitive motives requires a novel theoretical perspective that overcomes two crucial limitations of traditional research on the psychology of conservatism. John T. Jost, Graduate School of Business, Stanford University; Jack Glaser, Goldman School of Public Policy, University of California, Berkeley; Eri W. Kruglanski, Department of Psychology, University of Maryland at College Park; Frank J. Sullivan, Institute of Personality and Social Research, University of California, Berkeley. This work first began while John T. Jost was a postdoctoral fellow at the University of Maryland at College Park, supported by National Institute of Mental Health Grant R01MH52578, National Science Foundation Grant SBR 9417422, and a Research Scientist Award KO5MHO1213 to Eri W. Kruglanski. Work continued while Jack Glaser was a postdoctoral fellow at the Institute of Personality and Social Research at the University of California, Berkeley, and sponsored by National Institute of Mental Health Grant F32MH12195, and while Eri W. Kruglanski, supported by National Science Foundation Grant SBR 9022192, and Frank J. Sullivan were fellows at the Center for Advanced Studies of Behavioral Sciences at Stanford University. Further financial and administrative support for this project was provided by the Graduate School of Business at Stanford University and the Jackson Library Document Delivery Service. We are grateful for exceedingly helpful comments on previous versions of this article by Jeff Greenberg, Ettore Higgins, Orsolya Hunyadi, and Jim Sedanius. We also wish to thank Robert Rosenthal for statistical advice. Correspondence concerning this article should be addressed to John T. Jost, Graduate School of Business, Stanford University, Stanford, California. 94305. Email, jost_john@gsb.stanford.edu. Psychological Bulletin, copyright 2003 by the American Psychological Association, Incorporated. 2003, Volume 129, Number 3, $33,375,033-2933-23-2003/12.00 10.1033-00033-20909.129.339. 339. First, too many measures of individual differences have conflated psychological and political variables in an attempt to sure a construct that is really a hybrid of the two. Wilson, 1973 c. For instance, offered an amalgamated definition of conservatism as resistance to change and the tendency to prefer safe, traditional, and conventional forms of institutions and behavior, p4. However, Wilson and Patterson's, 1968, Conservatism Scale, c. Scale, which is the psychological instrument that has been most widely used to measure conservatism, combines non-political stimuli that are meant to elicit general attitudes concerning uncertainty avoidance, for example, modern art, jazz music, horoscopes, and stimuli that have explicitly political reference, for example, death penalty, legalized abortion, socialism, religion. The fact that such a seemingly heterogeneous scale would exhibit reasonable psychometric properties with respect to reliability and validity suggests that Wilson and his colleagues were accurately perceiving a link between general epistemic motivations and conservative ideology. See also Bagley, Wilson, and Boshier, 1970, Wilson, 1973a. Nev. Nevertheless, theoretical and empirical efforts are generally hampered by the failure to distinguish clearly between psychological and ideological variables, Snyderman and Tetlock, 1986. Second, treating political conservatism solely as an individual difference variable neglects growing evidence that situational factors influence the experience and expression of conservatism, for example. Crow and Higgins, 1997, Greenberg et al., 1990, Jost, Kruglinski, and Simon, 1999, Kruglinski and Webster, 1991, Sales and Friend. 1973, Sulloway, 1996, 2001. If classic personality theories are correct in positing that character rigidity and motivational threat are related to the holding of conservative attitudes, then system instability and other threatening circumstances should also increase conservative tendencies in the population as a whole. For example, from 1941, McCann, 1997, Reek, 1946/1970, Sales, 1972. 1973, Sanford, 1966. In an effort to stimulate innovative approaches to the study of situations as well as dispositions that foster ideological conservatism, we cast a wide net in reviewing theories of motivated social cognition that are not conventionally regarded as political in nature, including theories of lay epistemics, regulatory focus, and terror management. Thus, we argue that tendencies toward political conservatism are influenced by a multiplicity of social cognitive motives. Overview. We propose that a motivated social cognitive approach offers the greatest potential for unifying relatively diverse theories and findings related to the psychological basis of political conservatism, that is, theories and findings that link social and cognitive Motives to the contents of specific political attitudes. Specifically, we distill key insights from theories of personality and individual differences, theories of epistemic and existential needs, and socio-political theories of ideology as individual and collective rationalizations. Following this eclectic review of theoretical perspectives, we examine the balance of evidence for and against several variants of the hypothesis that people embrace political conservatism, at least in part, because it serves to reduce fear, anxiety, and uncertainty, to avoid change, disruption, and ambiguity, and to explain, order, and justify inequality among groups and individuals. Treating political conservatism as a special case of motivated social cognition, goes beyond traditional individual difference approaches, maintains a clear distinction between psychological motives and political outcomes and helps to explain relations between the two, highlights situational as well as dispositional variables that relate to conservatism, takes into account a wider variety of epistemic, existential, and ideologically defensive motivations than has been considered previously, and provides an integrative framework for understanding how these motives work together to reduce and manage fear and uncertainty. The motivated social cognitive perspective. To set the stage, we use the term motivated social cognition to refer to a number of assumptions about the relationship between people's beliefs and their motivational underpinnings. For example, Bruner, 1957, Duckett, 2001, Dunning, 1999, Fiske and Taylor, 1991, Greenwald, 1980, Hastoff and Cantrell, 1954, Higgins, 1998. Kruglinski, 1996, Kunda, 1990, Rokiach, 1960. In the post-Freudian world, the ancient dichotomy between reason and passion is blurred, and nearly everyone is aware of the possibility that people are capable of believing what they want to believe, at least within certain limits. Our first assumption, too, is that conservative ideologies, like virtually all other belief systems, are adopted in part because they satisfy some psychological needs. This does not mean that conservatism is pathological or that conservative beliefs are necessarily false, irrational, or unprincipled. From the present perspective, most human beliefs are subjectively rational in the sense of being deduced from a set of premises to which believers subscribe. Kruglinski, 1999, Kruglinski and Thompson, 1999a. 1999b, and they are also at least partially responsive to reality constraints. Kunda, 1990. In this sense, any given person's conservatism may well be principled in that it is related logically or psychologically to other observations, values, beliefs, and premises. At the same time, adherence to principles and syllogistic reasoning do not occur in a motivational vacuum but rather in the context of a variety of virtually inescapable personal and social motivations. For example, Hastoff and Cantrell, 1954, Kunda, 1990, Lord Ross, and Lepper, 1979, that are not necessarily consciously accessible. For example, Kruglinski, 1996, 1999. Thus, political attitudes may well be principled, for example, Snyderman, Piazza, Tetlock, and Kendrick. 1991, Snyderman and Tetlock, 1986, and motivationally fueled at the same time. General theoretical assumptions. We find it useful to distinguish between directional and non-directional motives involved in belief formation. Directional motives reflect the desire to reach a specific conclusion, such as that the self is worthy or valuable, for example, Dunning, 1999, Greenwald, 1980. Kunda, 1990, that Republican leaders are benevolent and moral. For example, Lind, 1996, that the economy will improve, or that one's position of privilege will be preserved, Sears and Funk, 1991. Sedanius, 1984. By contrast, non-directional motives, such as the need to know, Rokiach, 1960, the need for a specific closure. Kruglinski and Webster, 1996, the fear of invalidity, Kruglinski. And Freund, 1983, and the need for cognition, Cacioppo and Petty. 1982, reflect the desire to arrive at a belief or understanding, independent of its content. Both directional and non-directional motives are assumed to affect belief formation by determining the extent of information processing, Ditto and Lopez, 1992, bringing about selective exposure to information, Free, 1986, and affecting other modes of processing available information, Kruglinski. 340 Jost, Glaser, Kruglinski, and Sullivan. 1996. The possibility that we consider in this article is that a kind of matching process takes place whereby people adopt ideological belief systems, such as conservatism, RWA, and SDO, that are most likely to satisfy their psychological needs and motives, such as needs for order, structure, and closure and the avoidance of uncertainty or threat. 1. A theoretical assumption we make is that the same motives may underlie different beliefs and that different motives may underlie the same belief. The need for self-enhancement, for example, could lead one to praise or to criticize another person, by preserving a concept of self that is either generous or superior, respectively. Similarly, the belief that a friend, spouse, or family member is praiseworthy could arise not only from self-enhancement but also from needs for impression management, cognitive consistency, and accuracy. In the context of political conservatism, this means that a temporary motive, such as the need for cognitive closure or prevention focus or terror management, could lead one to express liberal as well as conservative beliefs, depending on one's chronically accessible ideology. Greenberg, Simon, Pyszczc. Zinsky, Solomon, and Chaitel, 1992, Jostit al., 1999, Lieberman, Idson, Camacho, and Higgins, 1999, and b. Some people might adopt conservative beliefs out of a desire for certainty, whereas others adopt the same beliefs because of a threat to self-esteem or an ideological threat to the system. From our theoretical perspective, motivational and informational influences on belief formation are not at all incompatible. On the contrary, in most cases they are both necessary, and they work together in any instance of belief formation, although their functions in the belief formation process are very different. Information serves as evidence that provides the basis for forming beliefs at either a conscious or unconscious level. Some of this evidence is derived from source expertise, Kruglinski and Tomp. Sun, 1999a, 1999b, McGuire, 1985, and referent informational influence, Turner, 1991, and these factors help to explain why parents and other authority figures are effective at socializing children to hold specific political beliefs, for example, Altmaier, 1981. 1988, 1996, Rohan and Zanna, 1998, Sears, 1983. Other information is contained in messages, or arguments, rather than sources. Kruglinski and Thompson, 1999b, and this information may be more readily assimilated when it is perceived as providing support for prior beliefs, for example, Hastoff and Cantrell, 1954, Lord et al., 1979. Thus, information often plays a rationalizing or legitimizing role in the construction and preservation of ideological belief systems. Whether specific beliefs may be considered objectively true or false has little, or nothing, to do with the subjective reasons for believing. Arriving at desired conclusions may be considered epistemologically valid only if the evidence supports those conclusions. Motives to maintain security or resolve uncertainty or to avoid threat or prevent negative outcomes might lead one to adopt beliefs that are, for example, socially or economically conservative, but the degree to which these beliefs are rational or correct must be assessed independently of the motivations that drive them. Kruglinski, 1989. Thus, it does not follow from our motivated social cognitive analysis that politically conservative beliefs, or any other beliefs, are false simply because they are motivated by epistemic, existential, and ideological concerns. A motivated social cognitive approach is one that emphasizes the interface between cognitive and motivational properties of the individual as they impact fundamental social psychological phenomena, for example, Bruner, 1957, Dunning, 1999, Fiske and Taylor, 1991. Greenwald, 1980, Higgins, 1998, Kruglinski, 1996, Kunda, 1990. It may be distinguished from several other psychological approaches. For instance, our approach departs from the assumptions of cold cognitive approaches to attitudes and social judgment, which discount motivational constructs as explanations, favoring instead information processing limitations and mechanisms as determinants of social judgments, for example, Hamilton and Rose, 1980. D. T. Miller and Ross, 1975, Srull and Wire, 1979. Hot cognitive approaches highlight the pervasive role that affect and motivation play in attention, memory, judgment, decision-making, and human reasoning, as well as highlighting the cognitive, goal-directed aspects of most motivational phenomena, for example, Bargsh and Golwit. Z. 1994, Kruglinski, 1996. Ideology is perhaps the quintessential example of hot cognition, in that people are highly motivated to perceive the world in ways that satisfy their needs, values, and prior epistemic commitments. Abelson, 1995. Distinguishing motivated social cognition from other theories of conservatism. With regard to other theories of conservatism, a motivated social cognitive perspective may be distinguished from a stable individual differences approach, b. a pure instrumental or self-interest theory of conservatism, and c. theories of modeling, imitation, or simple reinforcement. Although we suggest in this review that there may be individual differences associated with political conservatism, such as authoritarianism, intolerance of ambiguity, need for cognitive closure, we also argue that there should be considerable situational variation in expressions of conservative tendencies. Thus, we are influenced by personality theories of conservatism, but we find them most useful for identifying needs and motivations that may be temporarily as well as chronically accessible. This opens the door to situationalist, social, psychological theorizing and research on the manifestations of political conservatism. Past research and theory on conservatism in sociology, economics, and political science has often assumed that people adopt conservative ideologies out of self-interest, see Sears and Funk. 1991. This account fits well with data indicating increased conservatism among upper-class elites, for example, Centers, 1949, C. Danius. And Ikehama, 1979. Although we grant that self-interest is one among many motives that are capable of influencing political attitudes and behavior, our review requires a re-examination of this issue. Specifically, many of the theories we integrate suggest that 1. Rokiach, 1960, advanced a similar argument concerning the match between cognitive structure and ideological content. We thus see in the case of fascism that ideological content and structure support each other. There is no incompatibility between them, and thus psychological conflict is not engendered or guilt feelings aroused. For this reason, authoritarian ideological structures may be psychologically more reconcilable, more easily attachable to ideologies that are anti-democratic than to those that are democratic in content. If a person's underlying motivations are served by forming a closed belief system, then it is more than likely that his motivations can also be served by embracing an ideology that is blatantly anti-equalitarian. If this is so, it would account for the somewhat greater affinity we have observed between authoritarian belief structure and conservatism than between the same belief structure and liberalism. p. 127. 341. Conservatism as motivated social cognition. Motives to overcome fear, threat, and uncertainty may be associated with increased conservatism, and some of these motives should be more pronounced among members of disadvantaged and low-status groups. As a result, the disadvantaged might embrace right-wing ideologies under some circumstances to reduce fear, anxiety, dissonance, uncertainty, or instability, for example, Jost, Pelham, Sheldon, and Sullivan, 2003, Lane, 1962, Nears, 1973, whereas the advantaged might gravitate toward conservatism for reasons of self-interest or social dominance, for example, Centers, 1949, C. Danius and Ikehama, 1979, C. Danius and Prato, 1999. A motivated social cognitive perspective also defies relatively straightforward theories of imitation and social learning, which assume that people are conservative because their parents, or other agents of influence, modeled conservative attitudes or behaviors. Correlations between the political attitudes of parents and their offspring generally attain statistical significance, but they leave the majority of variance unexplained. For example, Altamea, 1988, Sears, 1983, Cedanius and Ikehama, 1979, Sulloy, 1996. We do not deny that personality goals, rational self-interest, and social learning are important factors that drive conservatism, but our perspective stresses that politically conservative orientations are determined by a wide variety of factors that vary personally and situationally. We argue that conservatism as a belief system is a function of many different kinds of variables, but that a matching relationship holds between certain kinds of psychological motives and specific ideological outcomes. Thus, the general assumptions of our motivated social cognitive perspective may be applied usefully to the analysis of any coherent belief system, irrespective of content, but the specific array of epistemic, existential, and ideological motives that we review in this article uniquely characterizes political conservatism as a system of interrelated beliefs. The ideology of conservatism. The ideology of conservatism has long served as subject matter for historians, for example, Diamond, 1995, Kolko, 1963, journalists, for example, Lind, 1996, I.F. Stone, 1989, political scientists, for example, Carmines and Berkman, 1994, Conover and Feldman, 1981, Huntington, 1957, McCloskey and Zalla, 1984, sociologists, for example, Anderson, Zuldich, Takagi, and Whiteside, 1965, Danagilis and Cutler, 1991, Lowe and Schwartz, 1998, Mannheim, 1927/1986, 1936, A.S. Miller, 1994. And philosophers, for example, Eagleton, 1991, Habermas, 1989, Rorty, 1989. Our goal in the present article is to summon the unique analytical powers drawn from a variety of psychological theories of motivated social cognition to shed light on the anatomy of conservatism. Following a Brick, 2001, we argue that political conservatism, like many other complex social representations, has both a stable definitional core and a set of more malleable, historically changing peripheral associations, what Huntington, 1957, referred to as secondary issues. It is the ideological core of political conservatism, more than its peripheral aspects, that we hypothesize to be linked to specific social, cognitive, and motivational needs. 2. Conceptual definitions. Core aspects of conservative ideology. Dictionary definitions of conservatism stress the disposition and tendency to preserve what is established, opposition to change, Nielsen, 1958, p. 568. And the disposition in politics to maintain the existing order. Morris, 1976, p. 312. Traditionalism and hostility to social innovation were central to Mannheim's 1927–1986 sociological analysis of conservatism. Rossiter, 1968, 2, defined situational conservatism in the International Encyclopedia of the Social Sci. Ences as an attitude of opposition to disruptive change in the social, economic, legal, religious, political, or cultural order, p. 291, 3. He added, the distinguishing mark of this conservatism, as indeed it is of any brand of conservatism, is the fear of change. Italics added, which becomes transformed in the political arena into the fear of radicalism, p. 291. Consistent with this notion, Conover and Feldman, 1981, found that the primary basis for self-definitions of liberals and conservatives has to do with acceptance of versus resistance to change. See also Huntington, 1957. This dimension of conservatism is captured especially well by Wilson and Patterson's 1968 C-scale and by Altemeyer's 1996. 1998 RWA scale. A second core issue concerns preferences for inequality. As Giddens, 1998, following Bobbio, 1996, wrote, one major criterion continually reappears in distinguishing left from right attitudes toward equality, italics added. The left favors greater equality, while the right sees society as inevitably hierarchical, p. 40. This characterization is consistent with many historical and political definitions of conservative and right-wing ideology, Mull. Low, 2001, and it is also reflected in several scales used to measure conservatism, Knight, 1999. Specifically, measures of political economic conservatism, C. Danius and Ikehama, 1979, SDO. Prato, C. Danius, Stallworth, and Mal, 1994, and Economic System. Term Justification, Jost and Thomson, 2000, all focus on attitudes toward equality. Relations between resistance to change and acceptance of inequality. Although we believe that the two core dimensions of political conservatism, resistance to change and acceptance of inequality, are often related to one another, they are obviously distinguishable. Vivid counterexamples come to mind in which the two dimensions are negatively related to one another. For instance, there is the conservative paradox of right-wing revolutionaries, such as Hitler or Mussolini or Pinochet, who seem to advocate. Two social scientists have debated for years whether political ideology exists at all as a coherent, internally consistent system of beliefs in the minds of individuals. For example, Converse, 1964, Judd, Krosnick, and Milburn. 1981, Kurlinger, 1984, Maguire, 1985. Granting that ideologies, like other attitudes, possess a high degree of malleability, we argue that it is still worthwhile to consider the psychological characteristics of conservative thought. Specifically, we propose that one might distinguish between a relatively stable ideological core of conservatism comprised of resistance to change and acceptance of inequality, for example, Giddens, 1998, Huntington, 1957, Mannheim, 1927–1986, Rossiter, 1968, and more ideologically peripheral issues, such as school busing or gun control, that are likely to vary considerably in their ideological relevance across time. Because the conservative core may be grounded in powerful and relatively stable individual needs, it may persist as a deep personality structure, the surface manifestations of which might change with the tides of social and political debate. 3. In the most recent edition of the International Encyclopedia of the Social Sciences, Muller's 2001 definition of conservatism similarly stresses resistance to change, as well as belief in the legitimacy of inequality. He observed, for conservatives, the historical survival of an institution or practice, be it marriage, monarchy, or the market, creates a prima facie case that it has served some need, p. 2625. That is, what conservatives share is a tendency to rationalize existing institutions, especially those that maintain hierarchical authority. 342 Jost, Glaser, Krudlansky, and Sullivan. Social change in the direction of decreased egalitarianism. In at least some of these cases, what appears to be a desire for change is really an imaginatively transfigured conception of the past with which to criticize the present. Muller, 2001, p. 2625. There are also cases of left-wing ideologues who, once they are in power, steadfastly resist change, allegedly in the name of egalitarianism. Such as Stalin or Khrushchev or Castro, C.J. Martin, Scully, and Levitt, 1990. It is reasonable to suggest that some of these historical figures may be considered politically conservative, at least in the context of the systems they defended. 4. In any case, we are not denying that liberals can be rigid defenders of the status quo or that conservatives can support change. We assume that historical and cultural variation in political systems affects both the meaning of conservatism and the strength of empirical associations between the psychological and ideological variables we investigate. To take one fairly obvious example, it seems likely that many left-wingers in totalitarian communist regimes would exhibit mental rigidity and other psychological characteristics that are often thought to be associated with right-wingers in other contexts. To be sure, social scientists in the West have undersampled these populations in developing and assessing their theories. Despite dramatic exceptions, the two core aspects of conservatism are generally psychologically related to one another for most of the people most of the time. Muller, 2001. In part, this is because of the historical fact that traditional social arrangements have generally been more hierarchical and less egalitarian compared with non-traditional arrangements. Therefore, to resist change in general has often meant resisting increased efforts at egalitarianism. Conversely, to preserve the status quo has typically entailed entrusting the present and future to the same authorities who have controlled the past. Accordingly, several common measures of political conservatism include items gauging both resistance to change and endorsement of inequality. C. Knight, 1999. C. Danius, 1978, 1985, Wilson, 1973. C. As most Western societies have passed through the various major revolutions and reform movements that have characterized the period since the Middle Ages, the strength of the connection between resistance to change and opposition to equality has weakened. See also Soloe. 1996. In a hypothetical world of complete equality, it is quite plausible that the two dimensions would be uncorrelated and that conservatives would fear changes that would reduce equality. These observations underscore the importance of investigating our hypotheses in as many different national and cultural contexts as possible, including cultures in which the status quo is relatively egalitarian and forward/or left-wing. Examples involving socialist or communist countries make clear that resistance to change and anti-egalitarianism are independent constructs in principle, even if they tend to be imperfectly correlated in most cases. Such political contexts offer the best opportunities to determine whether our specific epistemic, existential, and ideological motives are associated with allegiance to the status quo, whether left-wing or right-wing, or whether they are associated with right-wing attitudes in particular. Unfortunately, little or no empirical data are available from the major communist or formerly communist countries such as China, Russia, and Cuba. Nevertheless, we have made a special effort to seek out and incorporate results obtained in 12 different countries, including those with historical influences of socialism or communism, including Sweden, Cedanius, 1978, 1985, Poland, Golek, 2001, East Germany, Fay and Faz, 2000, West Germany, Kemelmeyer, 1997, Italy, Chirambolo, 2002, England, Curtin, 1978, Con, 1974, Niers, 1973, Rokiach, 1960, Smithers and Lobb, Lay, 1978, Tetlock, 1984, Canada, Altemeyer, 1998, and Israel. Fibert and Ressler, 1998, Florian, Mikulinsa, and Hirschberger, 2001. As we reveal below, the empirical results from these countries are not generally different from those obtained in other national contexts. Peripheral aspects of conservative ideology. Historically, conservatism as an ideological belief system has embodied many things, including the desire for order and stability, preference for gradual rather than revolutionary change, if any, adherence to pre-existing social norms, idealization of authority figures, punishment of deviance, and endorsement of social and economic inequality. For example, Eckhart, 1991, Isenke and Wilson, 1978, Linger, 1984, Lentz, 1939, Mannheim, 1927/1986, McCloskey and Zalla, 1984, Cedanius et al., 1996, W. F. Stone and Schaffner, 1988. Tompkins, 1963, Wilson, 1973 c. Some of these preferences are directly related to the core aspects of ideology, whereas others are not. The fact that conservatism stands for so many different goals and affects so many areas of life means that people who are motivated to uphold conservative ideals are sometimes faced with perplexing dilemmas. The degree of complexity involved in the ideological label of conservatism not only gives George F. Will, 1998, a migraine from time to time, as the opening quotation of this article suggests, but it also makes the concept of conservatism a particularly difficult one to define and to study with the methods of social science. Muller, 2001. Matters are made even more complicated by the fact that historical and cultural factors change the manifestations of conservatism. For instance, conservatism in the United States during the 1960s entailed support for the Vietnam War and opposition to civil rights, whereas conservatism in the 1990s had more to do with being tough on crime and support in traditional moral and religious values. A.S. Miller, 1994. In post-fascist Europe, conservatives have emphasized their opposition to communism, economic redistribution, and the growth of the welfare state. Muller, 2001. But even in the context of historical and cultural variation, there is some utility in identifying major social and psychological factors that are associated with core values of ideological conservatism, as Mannheim, 1927/1986, and many others have argued. 5. For the clearest example seems to be Stalin, who secretly admired Hitler and identified with several right-wing causes, including antisemitism. In the Soviet context, Stalin was almost certainly to the right of his political rivals, most notably Trotsky. In terms of his psychological makeup as well, Stalin appears to have had much in common with right-wing extremists. See, for example, Burt, 1993, Bullock, 1993, Robbins and Post, 1997. 5. Our motivated social cognitive perspective also recognizes that people might occasionally adopt conservative ideologies for reasons having little, if anything, to do with either acceptance of change or support for inequality. For instance, they may be motivated by, conscious or unconscious, attempts to secure the approval of conservative parents, acceptance by conservative peers, or the trust of conservative superiors. In addition, people may be drawn, for example, by perceived self-interest, to accept peripheral elements of a conservative ideology, for example, related to such issues as racial integration, school busing, or taxation, and eventually accept other elements of the ideology because of their association with like-minded others who share their position on local issues and also endorse core conservative positions related to resistance to change and acceptance of inequality. 343. Conservatism as motivated social cognition. Operational definitions. The biggest conceptual challenge we faced in reviewing the research literature was in clearly distinguishing between psychological independent variables and political dependent variables. Many available measures of conservatism confound the two types of variables, making it difficult to assess the hypothesis that a given set of psychological motives is associated with right-wing political attitudes. The dependent variables we have selected for review are intended as measures of social and political attitudes, rather than general psychological tendencies that are content-free. B. Tap right-wing or politically conservative attitudes rather than extreme ideological opinions in general. C. Reflect methodological diversity to increase generalizability of meta-analytic results, and D. Correspond relatively well to core and, to a lesser extent, Peripheral aspects of conservative ideology, as outlined above. Applying these criteria, we were able to identify studies using 88 different samples that used direct measures of political identification, conservative ideological opinion, resistance to social and political change, and / or preference for social and economic inequality. The methodological properties of several of these scales were reviewed by Knight, 1999, as measures of right-wing conservatism, as contrasted with liberalism, radicalism, and left-wing ideology. Measures stressing resistance to change. Consistent with our conceptual definition of political conservatism, many of the studies in our review used measures that emphasized the dimension of resistance to change. Wilson and Patterson's, 1968, C-scale and Altemeyer's, 1988, 1996, 1998, RWA scale address several core and peripheral aspects of conservative ideology, but the primary focus of each is on resistance to change. The C-scale measures the favorability of attitudes toward each of 50 items, including some that pertain to social change, mixed marriage, Sabbath observance, the theory of evolution, modern art, royalty, others that pertain to maintaining inequality, white superiority, socialism, women, judges, apartheid, and still others that are peripheral, at best, to the core meaning of political conservatism, birth control, suicide, jazz music, divorce. At least 3 of Wilson's, 1973 p. 51. 7 major dimensions of conservatism directly measure attitudes toward stability versus change, preference for conventional attitudes and institutions, religious dogmatism, resistance to scientific progress, so it is probably best thought of as a conservatism scale that stresses resistance to social and political change. Although the construct of authoritarianism was originally used by Adorno et al. 1950, to deal primarily with attitudes toward minority groups, and therefore attitudes about social inequality. Altemeyer's, 1998, RWA scale largely emphasizes resistance to change. Items include the following: authorities such as parents and our national leaders generally turn out to be right about things, and the radicals and protesters are almost always wrong. Some young people get rebellious ideas, but as they get older they ought to become more mature and forget such things, and some of the worst people in our country nowadays are those who do not respect our flag, our leaders, and the normal way things are supposed to be done. Thus, the RWA scale largely measures ideological commitment to tradition, authority, and social convention against threats of change, protest, and political rebellion. Altemeyer, 1981. 1988, 1996, 1998. One or both of these two instruments, the C-scale or the RWA scale, was administered to 31, or 35%, of the 88 samples included in our review. An additional 3 samples received conceptually related measures of authoritarianism versus rebelliousness, Con. 1974, Conservatism Radicalism, Smithers and Lobley, 1978, and Authoritarian Conservatism, Fay and Faz, 2000, bringing the total to 39% of the samples. Measures stressing acceptance of inequality. A number of additional instruments used to measure right-wing political ideal. OGI, the fascism scale, F-scale, the SDO scale, the economic system justification scale, and measures of general and economic conservatism, focus as much or more on attitudes toward inequality than on resistance to change. Of course, in most societies, some degree of inequality is the status quo. The F-scale, for instance, measures right-wing derogation of low-status minority groups, Adorno et al., 1950, and the SDO scale measures group-based dominance and generalized opposition to inequality, see Jost and Thomson, 2000, see Danius and Prato, 1999. Jost and Sons, 2000, Economic System Justification Scale and Golex. 2001, Economic Conservatism Scale. Both tap the belief that large differences in income are legitimate and necessary for society. See Danius's, 1978, 1985, General Conservatism Scale includes attitude reference focusing on acceptance versus rejection of a number of changes relating to the degree of inequality in society. Increased taxation of the rich, increased aid to the poor, greater equality in salaries, a female president of the United States, racial equality. These scales were administered to 26, or 30%, of the samples included in our review. Measures stressing political identification and issue-based conservatism. Some studies we review measured self-reported political orientation directly, Chiarambolo, 2002, Fibert and Ressler. 1998, Golek, 2001, Jost et al., 1999, Kemelmeyer, 1997, Tetlock, 1984, and others measured conservative voting records, Gruen. Feld, 1995, McCann, 1997, Tetlock, 1983, Tetlock, Burns-Waig, and Gallant, 1985. Still others addressed specific issues that are related to the periphery but not necessarily to the core of political conservatism, including attitudes and behavioral decisions related to the death penalty, severity of punishment for criminals, funding for the police department, and conversion to authoritarian churches. Florian et al., 2001, Jost et al., 1999, Rosenblatt, Greenberg, Solomon, Pyszczynski, and Leon, 1989, Sales, 1972, 1973. The Political Economic Conservatism Scale used by Rokiach, 1960. And C. Danius, 1978, tapped attitudes toward the specific issue of government control of industry, labor, and capitalism. In total, these measures were administered to 37, or 42%, of the samples in our review. Theories relating to the psychology of conservatism. The most general form of the hypothesis that we investigate in this article is that there are observable empirical regularities that link specific psychological motives and processes, as independent variables, to particular ideological or political contents, as dependent variables. Many different theoretical accounts of conservatism have stressed the motivational underpinnings of conservative thought, but they have identified different needs as critical. Our review brings these diverse accounts together for the first time and integrates them. Specific variables that have been hypothesized to predict conservatism include fear and aggression, Adorno et al. 1950, Altmaier, 1998, intolerance of ambiguity, Fibert and Ressler, 1998, Frenkel Brunswick, 1949, rule following and NEG. Ative effect, Tompkins, 1963, 1965, uncertainty avoidance, Saw. 344 Jost, Glaser, Kruglinski, and Sulloy. Rentino and Roney, 1986, Wilson, 1973b, need for cognitive closure. Kruglinski and Webster, 1996, personal need for structure, Alt. Mayer, 1998, Scala, Boyd, Johans, and O'Brien, 1995, Smith and Gordon, 1998, need for prevention-oriented regulatory focus. Higgins, 1997, Lieberman et al., 1999, anxiety arising from mortality salience, Greenberg et al., 1990, 1992, group-based dominance, Prato et al., 1994, Sedanius and Prato, 1999, and system justification tendencies, Jost and Banerjee, 1994, Jost, Burgess, and Mosso, 2001. In what follows, we summarize major theoretical perspectives and use them to generate a comprehensive list of motives that are potential predictors of political conservatism. We first describe the theories and then, because many of them postulate similar motives, we review the cumulative evidence for and against each of the motives all at once. We review several major theories that may be used to illustrate linkages between motivational and cognitive processes and social and political contents. These theories may be classified into three major categories: A. Theories of personality and individual differences; B. Theories stressing the satisfaction of epistemic and existential needs; and C. Sociopolitical theories regarding the rationalization of social systems. Taken individually, no single theory provides an adequate conceptualization of conservatism in all of its forms. By unifying these diverse theoretical perspectives, it becomes clearer that conservatism results from the intersection of social, cognitive, and motivational factors. Personality and individual difference theories of conservatism. The tradition of research on the personality correlates of political conservatives began with Adorno et al. 1950, and has thrived right up until the present day. For example, Altmaier, 1998, W. F. Stone et al., 1993. Although personality theories do not explicitly regard political conservatism to be a special case of motivated social cognition, the insights and findings garnered from these perspectives are consistent with the message we present, mainly because such theories have stressed the motivated character of personality and individual differences. Our hope is that by combining the insights gained from these personality theories with the experimental methods favored by researchers of motivated social cognition, future work will be in a better position to directly investigate the motivated and dynamic aspects of political conservatism. The theory of RWA. As intellectual descendants of the Frankfurt School, the authors of The Authoritarian Personality, Adorno et al., 1950, sought to Integrate Marxist theories of ideology and social structure with Freudian theories of motivation and personality development to explain the rise of fascism throughout Europe in the 1930s and 1940s. Specifically, they proposed that harsh parenting styles, brought on by economic hardship, led entire generations to repress hostility toward authority figures and to replace it with an exaggerated deference and idealization of authority and tendencies to blame societal scapegoats and punish deviants. See also Reek. 1946/1970. The theory of authoritarianism holds that fear and aggressiveness resulting from parental punitiveness motivate individuals to seek predictability and control in their environments. Authoritarian attitudes, which may be elicited by situational threats, combine an anxious veneration of authority and convention with a vindictiveness toward subordinates and deviants. Alt. Meyer, 1998, from 1941, Peterson, Doty, and Winter, 1993. W. F. Stone et al., 1993. Authoritarianism is often taken to be synonymous with conservatism, but Wilson, theorizing that conservatism is the general factor underlying all social attitudes. Wilson, 1973b, Wilson and Patterson, 1968, contended that authoritarianism is but one manifestation of the more general factor of conservatism. Wilson, 1968. An exhaustive effort to update theory and research on authoritarianism and to respond to various conceptual, methodological, and statistical objections has been undertaken by Altmeyer, 1981, 1988, 1996, 1998. Altmeyer's 1981 model presents a more methodologically sophisticated and statistically robust approach to measuring and conceptualizing authoritarianism, distinguishing it from various response sets associated with acquiescence, and he rejects orthodox Freudian interpretations of the syndrome. Alt. Meyers, 1981, RWA is characterized by a high degree of submission to the authorities who are perceived to be established and legitimate, b. a general aggressiveness, directed against various persons, which is perceived to be sanctioned by established authorities, and c. a high degree of adherence to the social conventions which are perceived to be endorsed by society. p. 148. This reconceptualization, which combines resistance to change and endorsement of inequality, is consistent with two newly emerging theories: social dominance theory, Prato et al. 1994, Sedanius and Prato, 1999, and system justification theory, Jost and Banerjee, 1994, Jost et al., 2003, both of which are discussed below. Scores on the RWA scale have been found to predict a broad range of attitudes and behaviors related to social, economic, and political conservatism as defined in the general culture at the time. For instance, the scale has correlated reliably with political party affiliation, reactions to Watergate, pro-capitalist attitudes, severity of jury sentencing decisions, punishment of deviants, racial prejudice, homophobia, religious orthodoxy, victim blaming, and acceptance of covert governmental activities such as illegal bugging, political harassment, denial of the right to assemble, and illegal Drug raids, Altamira, 1981, 1988, 1996, 1998. Peterson et al. 1993, reported correlational evidence linking authoritarianism to a wide variety of conservative attitudes, including opposition to environmentalism, abortion rights, diversity on university campuses, and services for AIDS patients and homeless people. Ray. 1973, in questioning the discriminant validity of RWA, reported a correlation of .81 between the RWA scale and his own Conservatism scale. Altamira, 1996, 1998, summarized the results of several studies of the attitudes of Canadian and U.S. legislators in which he found strong differences in RWA between conservative politicians and others, and concluded that high RWA lawmakers also score higher in prejudice, and wish they could pass laws limiting the freedom of speech, freedom of the press, the right of assembly, and other freedoms guaranteed in the Bill of Rights. They want to impose strict limitations on abortion, they favor capital punishment, and they oppose tougher gun control laws. Finally, politicians answer the RWA scale with such extraordinary levels of internal consistency, it appears the scale provides our most powerful measure of the liberal-conservative dimension in politics. Altamira, 1998, p. 53. 345 Conservatism as Motivated Social Cognition. Thus, a relatively strong relation has been established between RWA and political conservatism among political elites as well as the masses. Altamira's 1998 work is also important in identifying the two main directions in which extremely conservative and authoritarian attitudes may lead. First, they may lead to an actively hostile or dominant approach to dealing with socially sanctioned scapegoats and devalued out groups, which is also the primary focus of social dominance theory. See Danius and Prato, 1999, Witt. Lay, 1999. Second, RWA may lead to a more passively submissive or deferential posture toward authorities, which would make its subscribers ideal candidates to follow the next Hitler or Mussolini. Altamira, 1998, from 1941, Reek, 1946/1970. Thus, extreme right-wing attitudes lock people into a dominance submissive authoritarian embrace. Altamira, 1998, p. 47, and the specific manifestation of these attitudes presumably depends on the social and historical context and the motivations that are elicited from these contexts. Intolerance of ambiguity. Frenkel Brunswick's work on intolerance of ambiguity was closely related to research on the authoritarian personality, but it was distinctive with regard to methodology and content. In an abstract published in 1948, she reported a study of ethnic prejudice involving the attitudes of adults and children, 9 to 14 years old. Frenkel Brunswick, 1948, argued that intolerance of ambiguity constituted a general personality variable that related positively to prejudice as well as to more general social and cognitive variables. As she put it, individuals who are intolerant of ambiguity are significantly more often given to dichotomous conceptions of the sex roles, of the parent-child relationship, and of interpersonal relationships in general. they are less permissive and lean toward rigid categorization of cultural norms. Power, weakness, cleanliness, dirtiness, morality, immorality, conformance, divergence are the dimensions through which people are seen. There is sensitivity against qualified as contrasted with unqualified statements, and against perceptual ambiguity, a disinclination to think in terms of probability, a comparative inability to abandon mental sets in intellectual tasks, such as in solving mathematical problems, after they have lost their appropriateness. Relations to home discipline and to the ensuing attitude towards authority will likewise be demonstrated quantitatively. Frenkel, Brunswick, 1948, p. 268. Frenkel, Brunswick, 1949, 1951, developed further the theory of ambiguity intolerance and elaborated the antecedent conditions of this psychological disposition and its manifold consequences. At the time, ambiguity intolerance was viewed in Freudian terms as stemming from an underlying emotional conflict involving feelings of hostility directed at one's parents combined with idealization tendencies. Although stable individual differences in the intolerance of ambiguity have been observed across many generations of researchers and participants, theoretical explanations have changed somewhat, anticipating current perspectives on uncertainty avoidance. Hofstede, 2001, Sorrentino and Roney, 2000, Wilson, 1973b, Bugner, 1962, for example, defined intolerance of ambiguity as the tendency to perceive ambiguous situations as sources of threat, p. 29. Intolerance of ambiguity, by increasing cognitive and motivational tendencies to seek certainty, is hypothesized to lead people to cling to the familiar, to arrive at premature conclusions, and to impose simplistic clichés and stereotypes. In a review of research on ambiguity intolerance, Fernham and Ribchester, 1995, provided the following list of consequences of this tendency. Resistance to reversal of apparent fluctuating stimuli, the early selection and maintenance of one solution in a perceptually ambiguous situation, inability to allow for the possibility of good and bad traits in the same person, acceptance of attitude statements representing a rigid, black-white view of life, seeking for certainty, a rigid dichotomy, missing into fixed categories, premature closure, and remaining closed to familiar characteristics of stimuli. p. 180. Thus, theories of intolerance of ambiguity combine psychodynamic antecedents with a wide range of perceptual, cognitive, motivational, social, and political consequences. Arguably, it is this richness that accounts for the persistence of interest in this concept over the 50 years since its introduction. Mental rigidity, dogmatism, and closed-mindedness. One of the persistent criticisms of Adorno et al.'s 1950 work on authoritarianism and the F-scale designed to measure fascistic potential was that it neglected authoritarianism among left-wingers. For example, Schill's 1954. In part to address this concern, Rokiach, 1960, developed a scale of dogmatism that was meant to provide a more balanced measure of authoritarianism. The scale contained items tapping doublethink, which was defined as susceptibility to logically contradictory beliefs and denial of contradictions in one's belief system, as well as a narrow future orientation and a strong orientation toward authority. Rokiach, 1960, argued that dogmatism is indicative of closed-mindedness, which he contrasted with open-mindedness. All belief-disbelief systems serve two powerful and conflicting sets of motives at the same time: the need for a cognitive framework to know and to understand, and the need to ward off threatening aspects of reality. To the extent that the cognitive need to know is predominant, and the need to ward off threat is absent, open systems should result. But as the need to ward off threat becomes stronger, the cognitive need to know should become weaker, resulting in more closed belief systems. p. 67. Thus, Rokiach's theory, like some of its predecessors, combines elements of epistemic and existential motivation in seeking to explain social and political attitudes. In another passage, he argued further that, if the closed or dogmatic mind is extremely resistant to change, it may be so not only because it allays anxiety but also because it satisfies the need to know. Rokiach, 1960, p. 68. Rokiach's theory also seeks to combine cognitive and motivational needs in explaining ideological rigidity. Its influence clearly extends to contemporary research on the role of cognitive sophistication and integrative complexity in political ideology, for example. C. Danius, 1985, 1988, Tetlock, 1983, 1984. The theory of ideo-affective polarity. Several commentators, Abelson and Prentice, 1989, Alexander, 1995, Milburn, 1991, W. F. Stone, 1986, W. F. Stone and Schaffner, 1988, Thomas, 1976, have noted that Sylvan Tompkins's, 1963, 1965, 1987, 1995, theory of ideological polarity is one of the most fascinating accounts of the origins and implications of left-wing and right-wing thinking, but it is lamentably under-researched. It is a distinctive theory because it explicitly stresses the role of affect. 346 Jost, Glaser, Kruglinski, and Sulloy. And motivation in ideology, and because it assumes that ideological predilections permeate nearly every domain of a person's life, including one's attitudes toward the arts, music, science, philosophy, phy, and so on, so that if one knows what an individual believes about the nature of literature, one would also know what he would believe about the nature of mathematics. Tompkins, 1995, p. 117. According to polarity theory, there exist generalized orientations, or ideo-affective postures, toward the world that may be regarded as belonging either to the ideological left or to the right, and they are associated with liberty and humanism in the first case and rule following and normative concerns in the second. Those who resonate with left-wing ideologies believe that people are basically good and that the purpose of society is to facilitate human growth and experience. By contrast, those who resonate with right-wing ideologies believe that people are essentially bad and that the function of society is to set rules and limits to prevent irresponsible behavior. On these issues, Tompkins's 1963, 1965, 1987, 1995 theory bears more than a passing resemblance to the theory of Authoritarianism, for example, Adorno et al., 1950. These ideological orientations are multiply determined, according to the theory, but it is clear that one's preferences are developed early in childhood emotional life. This occurs through the acquisition of personal scripts, a term that refers to effectively charged memories of social situations involving the self and important others. Carlson and Brinker, 1987, Tompkins, 1987. For example, childhood experiences arising from a parental focus on the child and his or her inner self are expected to reinforce feelings of excitement, joy, surprise, distress, and shame, in turn leading the child to gravitate toward the humanistic orientation, or left-wing perspective. In contrast, more structured, punitive parenting genders emotions such as anger and contempt, which reflect the normative orientation, or right-wing perspective. Loy, 1977. W. F. Stone, 1986, Tompkins, 1963, 1965. Most of the empirical research relevant to the theory of ideological polarity has used a 59-item polarity scale developed by Tompkins, 1964/1988, and updated by W. F. Stone and Schaffner, 1988. Items tapping the right-wing or normative orientation include the following: children should be taught to obey what is right even though they may not always feel like it, and if I break the law I should be punished for the good of society. Scores on the polarity scale have been found to predict reactions to presidential assassinations. Tompkins, 1995. Preferences for individualistic versus sociotropic values. Carlson and Levi, 1970. De Street. Orban, 1996. Attitudes toward war and peace. Eckhart and Alcock, 1970. Assumptions concerning human nature, religiosity, and political orientation. De Saint Orban, 1996. Elms, 1969, and a number of other effective responses. C. W. F. Stone, 1980. The theory is groundbreaking not only in its attempt to identify effective and motivational bases of conservatism, related to anger, contempt, and the desire for punitiveness, but also in its suggestion that a disproportionate number of conservatives are driven by a motivation to establish and follow rules and norms in a wide variety of domains inside and outside of politics. A dynamic theory of conservatism as uncertainty avoidance, consistent with Tompkins's 1963, 1965, and others' emphases on effective bases of ideology and with the research on intolerance of ambiguity. Wilson, 1973b, proposed a dynamic theory that treats conservatism as the product of partially unconscious motives and needs having to do with fear and anxiety. The central tenet of the theory is that the common basis for all the various components of the conservative attitude syndrome is a generalized susceptibility to experiencing threat or anxiety in the face of uncertainty. Wilson, 1973b, p. 259. According to this perspective, conservatism is multiply determined by what Wilson, 1973b, labeled genetic factors, such as anxiety proneness, stimulus aversion, low intelligence, and physical unattractiveness, as well as by Environmental factors such as parental coldness, punitiveness, rigidity, inconsistency, low social class, and low self-esteem. Wilson, 1973b, hypothesized a great many different sources of threat or uncertainty, including death, anarchy, foreigners, dissent, complexity, novelty, ambiguity, and social change. Conservative attitudinal responses to these sources of uncertainty include superstition, religious dogmatism, ethnocentrism, militarism, authoritarianism, punitiveness, conventionality, and rigid morality. Despite a few recent exceptions, for example, Fay and Faz, 2000, McAllister and Anderson, 1991, the theoretical account of conservatism as a motivated response to environmental uncertainty has been largely lost in the field of political psychology since the publication of a volume edited by Wilson, 1973c, on that topic. Although Wilson's emphasis was clearly on individual differences arising from genetic and environmental influences, his theory targeted the reduction of uncertainty and threat as motives for political conservatism. Our approach to political conservatism as motivated social cognition seeks to resurrect these fruitful notions and to expand and elaborate on the ways in which conservative systems of thought are adopted to meet the epistemic and existential needs of individuals, groups, and social systems. Epistemic and existential need theories. Although the three theories of cognitive motivational processes reviewed here involve recognition, and even assessment, of individual differences, much as theories of personality assume epistemic and existential needs, neither individual differences nor their developmental roots are accorded central research attention in these frameworks. Rather, these theories, which are like Wilson's 1973b theory of uncertainty avoidance in other respects, place particular emphasis on the mutually constitutive role of cognitive and motivational processes in determining conservative response tendencies. We turn now to a summary of theories of lay episteme, ICS, regulatory focus, and terror management. Lay epistemic theory. In an effort to unify cognitive and motivational accounts of behavior, Kruglinski, 1989, developed a theory of lay epistemics, whereby knowledge and beliefs are arrived at through a process of motivated informational search. Knowledge acquisition, according to this theory, follows a two-step epistemic process of hypothesis generation and testing. Popper, 1959. Informational factors include the availability and accessibility of various knowledge structures that the individual may use to construct the relevant hypotheses and their testable implications. Often, such constructive processes can be quite labor-intensive and effortful. They may require considerable mental resources, including cognitive capacity and epistemic motivation. A central motivational construct in the theory of lay epistemics is the need for cognitive closure. 347 Conservatism as motivated social cognition, which refers to the expedient desire for any firm belief on a given topic, as opposed to confusion and uncertainty. A variety of factors may arouse the need for closure. These have to do with the perceived benefits and costs of possessing, or lacking, closure and may vary as a function of the person, the Immediate situation, and the culture, see also Hofstede, 2001. 4. Example, the benefits of possessing cognitive closure include the potential affordance of predictability and the guidance of action. Consistent with the notion that situations lead people to seek out specific closure, Ditz, 1961, found that failure-induced threat caused research participants to reach impulsive closure on an ambiguous task. More generally, the need for cognitive closure should be elevated in any situation in which the importance of action looms large, as under time pressure, for example, Jost et al., 1999. Kruglinski and Freund, 1983, Shah, Kruglinski, and Thompson. 1998, Ambient Noise, Kruglinski and Webster, 1996, Mental F.A. Tig, D.M. Webster, Richter, and Kruglinski, 1996, or Alcohol Intoxication, D.M. Webster, 1994, because such states render sustained information processing to be subjectively costly. Building on research devoted to uncertainty orientation, for example, Sorrentino and Roney, 1986, 2000, and the personal need for structure, for example, Scala et al., 1995, D.M. Webster and Kruglinski. 1994, developed and validated an individual difference measure of the need for cognitive closure, the need for closure scale. NFCS. This 42-item scale comprises 5 factors or subscales, respectively described as A. Preference for order and structure, B. Emotional discomfort associated with ambiguity, C. Impatience and impulsivity with regard to decision-making, D. Desire for security and predictability, E. Closed-mindedness. Some illustrative items of this scale are: I think that having clear rules and order at work is essential for success. I'd rather know bad news than stay in a state of uncertainty. I usually make important decisions quickly and confidently. I don't like to go into a situation without knowing what I can expect from it, and I do not usually consult many different opinions before forming my own view, whether evoked situationally or measured as a stable personal dimension. The need for closure has been found to produce the same consequences. Specifically, it fosters the tendency to seize on information that affords closure and to freeze on closure once it has been attained. The need for closure, whether varied situationally or measured dispositionally, has been associated with tendencies to engage in social stereotyping, Kruglinski and Freund, 1983, to succumb to primacy effects in impression formation, Kruglinski and Freund, 1983, D.M. Webster and Kruglinski, 1994, to exhibit correspondence bias in attitude attribution, D.M. Webster, 1993. To resist persuasive influence, Kruglinski, Webster, and Culm, 1993, and to reject opinion deviates, Kruglinski and Webster, 1991. If the theory of lay epistemics is correct, there are situational and dispositional factors that may encourage a general cognitive motivational orientation toward the social world that is either open and exploratory or closed and immutable, Kruglinski and Webster, 1996. To understand the hypothesized relation between need for closure and political conservatism, see also Golek, 2001, Jost et al. 1999, it is important to draw a distinction between the process of resisting change in general and the specific contents of and / or direction of the change. On one hand, the need for closure suggests a perpetuation of the reigning ideology, whatever its contents, thus increasing the need for closure among people whose accessible ideological positions are conservative would result in a stronger relation between need for closure and conservatism. Likewise, increasing the need for closure among people whose accessible ideological positions are liberal would result in a strengthened relation between need for closure and liberalism. In this sense, the lay epistemic theory supports the contention that rigidity of ideological attitudes may be associated with different ideological contents and is not necessarily restricted to right-wing conservatism. Rokiach, 1960. On the other hand, persons with a high versus low need for closure are hardly indifferent to ideological contents. Specifically, contents that promise or support epistemic stability, clarity, order, and uniformity should be preferred by high need for closure persons over contents that promise their epistemic opposites, i.e., instability, ambiguity, chaos, and diversity. In this sense, a need for closure that is impartial or non-specific, i.e., content-free, becomes partial or specific with regard to contents that are explicitly related to closure. Kruglinski, 1989. To the extent that there is a match between the need for closure and certain politically conservative attitudinal contents, then conservative attitudes should be generally preferred by people who have a high need for closure. Jost et al. 1999. Regulatory focus theory. Higgins, 1997, 1998, proposed a regulatory focus theory that is pertinent to the psychology of conservatism. This theory distinguishes between two categories of desired goals, namely those related to advancement, growth, and aspirations, ideals, and those related to safety, security, and responsibilities, oughts. Distinct regulatory systems are presumed to address these two classes of goals. The promotion system reflects individual self-regulation in relation to their hopes and aspirations, ideals, and it gratifies nurturance needs. The goal of the promotion system is accomplishment. By contrast, the prevention system reflects self-regulation in relation to one's duties and obligations, oughts, and the goal of this system is safety. According to this theory, a parenting history of protection focusing on the avoidance of negative outcomes, combined with the exercise of punishment as a disciplinary tool, produces a strong prevention focus as a stable individual orientation. A parenting style of encouraging accomplishments by focusing on achieving positive outcomes and withdrawing love as a form of discipline produces a strong promotion focus as a stable individual orientation. It is also plausible that an emphasis on prevention versus promotion induces a heightened need for cognitive closure as one consequence of the craving for a secure and comprehensible reality. Like the theory of lay epistemics, regulatory focus theory leaves open the possibility of anchoring disproportionately on left-wing ideas, to the extent that a leftist ideology constitutes the status quo, but at the same time, the theory suggests a general Preference by prevention-oriented versus promotion-oriented individuals for conservative over liberal ideologies, all else being equal. Finally, like the theory of lay epistemics, regulatory focus theory allows for situational as well as personality factors to drive the inclination toward conservatism. Regulatory focus, then, has fairly obvious implications for individuals' attitudes toward stability and change, and perhaps even for left versus right-wing preferences. Specifically, the promotion goals of accomplishment and advancement should naturally introduce a preference for change over stability, insofar as advancement. 348 Jost, Glaser, Kruglinski, and Sullivan requires change. The prevention goals of safety and security, on the other hand, should favor stability over change, to the extent that stability entails predictability and hence psychological security and control. In signal detection terms, a promotion focus is concerned with obtaining hits and avoiding misses, whereas a prevention focus is concerned with obtaining correct rejections and avoiding false alarms. Any change has the potential benefit of providing an opportunity for advancement and accomplishment, a hit, but has the potential cost of introducing an error of commission. Because such an error is of relatively low concern to persons with a promotion focus, they should be relatively open to change. By contrast, stability has the potential benefit of safety and security. A correct rejection, but has the potential cost of introducing an error of omission, which is of lesser concern to individuals with a prevention focus who, therefore, should be resistant to change. 2. The extent that political conservatism is motivated, at least in part, by the desire for security and stability and the avoidance of threat and change, situations inducing a prevention-oriented regulatory focus might also induce a conservative shift in the general population. Terror management theory. A novel theoretical perspective suggests that conservative thoughts and behaviors may arise from motivations to make sense of the world and cope with existential crises inherent in the human experience. Terror management theory, Greenberg, Pieszczynski, and Solomon, 1986, Greenberg et al., 1990, Rosenblatt et al., 1989. Posits that cultures and their attendant worldviews serve to buffer anxiety and prevent terror arising from the thoughts humans invariably have about their own mortality. According to terror management theory, which builds on the work of Ernest Becker, 1973, and others, the denial of death is so prevalent that cultural institutions evolve as a way of coping with existential anxiety and human mortality. In this context, it is also worth noting that Wilson, 1973 listed fear of death as one of the threatening factors that might be associated with political conservatism. Terror management theory holds that cultural worldviews or systems of meaning, for example, religion, provide people with the means to transcend death, if only symbolically. The cornerstone of this position is that awareness of mortality, when combined with an instinct for self-preservation, creates in humans the capacity to be virtually paralyzed with fear. Arndt, Greenberg, Solomon, Pyszczynski, Zinski, and Simon, 1997. Fear of death, in turn, engenders a defense of one's cultural worldview. Consequently, the theory predicts that if the salience of one's mortality is raised, the world view will be more heavily endorsed to buffer the resulting anxiety. Greenberg et al., 1990, Rosenblatt et al., 1989. Under conditions of heightened mortality salience, defense and justification of the worldview should be intensified, thereby decreasing tolerance of opposing views and social, cultural, and political alternatives. The relevance of terror management theory to the psychology of conservatism should be apparent. When confronted with thoughts of their own mortality, Greenberg et al., 1990, Rosenblatt et al., 1989, people appear to behave more conservatively by shunning and even punishing outsiders and those who threaten the status of cherished worldviews. This perspective is especially consistent with the notion of conservatism as motivated social cognition. Terror management theory holds that social intolerance is the consequence of worldview-enhancing cognitions motivated by the need to buffer anxiety-inducing thoughts. It should be noted, however, that Greenberg et al. 1992 argued against a necessary relation between mortality salience and political conservatism, acknowledging that most of the demonstrated effects of mortality salience have had a politically conservative or intolerant flavor. They nevertheless claimed that thoughts about death lead only to a defense of dominant values and that such values could be liberal or even, paradoxically, tolerant. Ideological theories of individual and collective rationalization. The theories we review next differ somewhat from the cognitive motivational process frameworks considered above. Whereas the cognitive motivational theories focus on the individual and treat conservatism and related phenomena more or less exclusively as manifestations of epistemic and existential mechanisms, socio-political theories focus on the societal system and the ideological, as well as psychological, functions that political conservatism might fulfill. Theories of social dominance and system justification are useful not only for expanding the range of motives under consideration but also for clarifying the nature of the connection between political conservatism and racism, sexism, and ethnocentric intolerance. For example, Altamea, 1998, Burr and Chad Wick, 1974, Jost and Banerjee, 1994, Jost et al., 2001, Mercer and Cairns, 1981, Prato, 1999, Cedanius et al., 1996, Whitley, 1999. Social dominance theory. Unlike theories that seek to explain conservatism with reference to effective differences arising from parenting styles or childhood socialization, social dominance theory emphasizes evolutionary and societal factors as determinants of politically conservative, or hierarchy-enhancing, orientations. According to social dominance theory, human societies strive to minimize group conflict by developing ideological belief systems that justify the hegemony of some groups over others. Prato, 1999, Prato et al., 1994, Cedar. Nias, 1993, Cedanius and Prato, 1999, Cedanius et al., 1996. This is achieved through the promulgation of various legitimizing myths such as the following: a. Paternalistic myths which assert that dominant groups are needed to lead and take care of subordinate groups, who are incapable of leading and taking care of themselves. B. Reciprocal myths which claim that a symbiotic relationship exists between dominant and subordinate groups, and that both groups help each other, and C. Sacred myths, which allege that positions of dominance and subordination are determined by God or some other divine right. C. Danius, 1993. pp. 207-209. Ideological devices such as these are inherently conservative in content because they seek to preserve existing hierarchies of status, power, and wealth and to prevent qualitative social change. For example, see Danius and Prato, 1999. Social dominance theory holds that attitudes pertaining to social dominance are determined jointly by biology and socialization, and that there are important individual differences among people with regard to SDO. For example, Prato et al., 1994, see Danius and Prato, 1999. Items from the SDO scale tap agreement or disagreement with statements such as the following: some people are just more worthy than others. It is not a problem if some people have more of a chance in life, and this country would be better off if we cared less about how equal all people are. Thus, the SDO scale. 349 Conservatism as motivated social cognition measures individual differences with respect to the motivated tendency to preserve the dominance of high-status groups such as men, rather than women, whites, rather than blacks and other ethnic minorities, and upper-class elites, rather than the working class. Jost and Thomson, 2000, demonstrated that the SDO scale is composed of two correlated factors or subscales, namely the desire for group-based dominance and opposition to equality. Although social dominance motives are said to be universal, for example, see Danius and Prato, 1993, their strength differs considerably across groups and individuals. For example, Jost and Thomson, 2000, Prato, 1999. Prato et al., 1994. Correlations between SDO scores and those of conventional measures of political and economic conservatism average approximately 30 in a variety of national and cultural contexts. Alt. Meyer, 1998, Prato, 1999, Prato et al., 1994, see Danius et al., 1996. Whitley and Lee, 2000. Scores on the scale have been found also to correlate reliably with identification with the Republican Party, nationalism, cultural elitism, anti-black racism, sexism, RWA, and the belief in a just world. Altemeyer, 1998, Prato et al., 1994. The scale predicts policy attitudes that are supportive of law and order, military spending, and capital punishment, as well as attitudes that are unsupportive of women's rights, racial equality, affirmative action, gay and lesbian rights, and environmental action. See Jost and Thomson, 2000, Prato et al., 1994. It is of theoretical interest that, in addition to the notion of legitimizing the status quo, social dominance theory also implies the notion that increasing the degree of hierarchy or group dominance is a motivationally appealing ideological goal, at least under some circumstances, such as when one belongs to a high-status group. Alt. Meyer, 1998, Prato, 1999, Sedanius and Prato, 1999. In a very useful discussion, Altmaier, 1998, distinguished between the motivational bases of RWA and SDO. He argued that RWA best accounts for passive deference or submission to authoritarian or fascist leaders, including the tendency to trust unworthy people who tell them what they want to hear. Altmaier, 1998, p. 87, whereas SDO best accounts for more active attempts to punish or humiliate derogated out-group members, that is, the desire to become the alpha animal. Altmaier, 1998, p. 87. Altmaier, 1998, compared the two motivational types as follows. Right-wing authoritarians, who do not score high on personal power, meanness, and dominance, seem to be highly prejudiced mainly because they were raised to travel in tight, ethnocentric circles, and they fear that authority and conventions are crumbling so quickly that civilization will collapse and they will be eaten in the resulting jungle. In contrast, high SDOs already see life as dog-eat-dog and, compared with most people, are determined to do the eating. p. 75. The point is that RWA and SDO, which correlate only modestly at about 20, Altmaier, 1998, p. 87, Sedanius and Prato, 1999, p. 74, Whitley, 1999, p. 129, may be motivated by somewhat different concerns, but they are both highly motivated ideologies. Together, they account for both halves of the dominance submissive authoritarian embrace. Altmaier, 1998, p. 47, and they predict more than half of the statistical variance in prejudice and ethnocentrism. One can therefore infer that the most inexorable right-wingers are those who are motivated simultaneously by fear and aggression. System justification theory. We have shown above that most traditional personality theories about the functions of conservative ideology, especially theories of authoritarianism, dogmatism, and anxiety reduction, stress ego, defensive or ego-justifying aspects of conservatism, that is, the satisfaction of individual needs for security, obedience, and projection. For example, Adorno et al., 1950, Altmaier, 1981, 1988. Rokiach, 1960, Wilson, 1973 c. Although ego-justifying motives constitute an important part of the appeal of conservatism, there are also group-justifying and system-justifying motives that are satisfied in a particularly efficient manner by right-wing ideologies. Jost and Banerjee, 1994, Jost and Thompson, 2000. Social dominance theory, for example, stresses the emergence of conservative legitimizing myths as group-justifying attempts to rationalize the interests of dominant or high-status group members. Sedanius and Prato, 1999. System justification theory focuses on the motivated tendency for people to do cognitive and ideological work on behalf of the social system, thereby perpetuating the status quo and preserving inequality. For example, Jost, 1995, Jost and Banerjee, 1994. One of the central goals of system justification theory is to understand how and why people rationalize the existing social system, especially when their support appears to conflict with Other important motives to maintain or enhance self-esteem and to maintain or enhance group standing, for example, Jost and Banerjee, 1994, Jost and Burgess, 2000, Jost and Thompson, 2000. The theory draws partially on Marxian and feminist theories of dominant ideology, and on sociological theories of legitimization to explain the acceptance of conservative ideas and practices. Jost, 1995, Jost et al. 2001. It also draws on ideas from cognitive dissonance theory. Festinger, 1957, and just world theory, Lerner, 1980, to argue that people are motivated to perceive existing social arrangements as fair, legitimate, justifiable, and rational, and perhaps even natural and inevitable. The theory of system justification is especially well suited to address relatively puzzling cases of conservatism and right-wing allegiance among members of low-status groups, such as women, and members of the working class, for example, Lane, 1962, Lipset, 1960/1981, Stacey and Green, 1971. To the extent that nearly everyone is motivated, at least to some extent, to explain and justify the status quo in such a way that it is perceived as fair and legitimate, political conservatism should cut across social classes. For example, Jost and Banerjee, 1994, Klugel and Smith, 1986. This is consistent with the analysis of Rossiter, 1968, who observed situational conservatism is not confined to the well-placed and well-to-do. Persons at all levels of being and possessing may lament change in the status quo, p. 291. The strongest form of the system justification hypothesis, which draws also on the logic of cognitive dissonance theory, is that under certain circumstances members of disadvantaged groups would be even more likely than members of advantaged groups to support the status quo, see Jost et al., 2003. If there is indeed a motivation to justify the system to reduce ideological dissonance and defend against threats to the system's legitimacy, then it may be that those who suffer the most because of the system are also those who would have the most to explain, justify, and rationalize. One way to minimize dissonance would be to redouble one's commitment and support for the system, much as Hayes initiates. Pledge increased loyalty to the fraternity that hazes them, for example. 350 Jost, Glaser, Kruglinski, and Sullivan. Aronson and Mills, 1959, and, presumably, to the fraternity system in general. An additional hypothesis that may be derived from system justification theory is that people should be motivated to defend the existing social system against threats to the stability or legitimacy of the system. If there is a defensive motivation associated with system justification, then it should be more pronounced under circumstances that threaten the status quo. This is a possibility that was suggested by early accounts of authoritarianism, for example, Adorno et al., 1950, from 1941, Reek, 1946/1970, Sanford, 1966, but situational threats have received much less attention in recent years in comparison with the measurement of individual differences, but see Sales, 1972, 1973. Thus, we hypothesized that situations of crisis or instability in society will, generally speaking, precipitate conservative, system-justifying shifts to the political right, but only as long as the crisis situation falls short of toppling the existing regime and establishing a new status quo for people to justify and rationalize. A theoretical integration of epistemic, existential, and ideological motives. Although we maintain distinctions among specific hypotheses, for the purposes of assessing cumulative empirical evidence for and against each one of the virtues of our motivated social cognitive perspective is that it helps to integrate seemingly unrelated motives and tendencies. Specifically, we argue that a number of different epistemic motives, dogmatism, intolerance of ambiguity, cognitive complexity, closed-mindedness, uncertainty, avoidance, needs for order, structure, and closure, existential motives, self-esteem, terror management, fear, threat, anger, and pessimism, and ideological motives, self-interest, group dominance, and system justification, are all related to the expression of political conservatism. Now we draw on the perspective of motivated social cognition to advance the integrative argument that epistemic, existential, and ideological motives are themselves interrelated. Theoretical and empirical considerations lead us to conclude that virtually all of the above motives originate in psychological attempts to manage uncertainty and fear. These, in turn, are inherently related to the two core aspects of conservative thought mentioned earlier, resistance to change and the endorsement of inequality. The management of uncertainty is served by resistance to change insofar as change, by its very nature, upsets existing realities and is fraught with epistemic insecurity. Fear may be both a cause and a consequence of endorsing inequality. It breeds and justifies competition, dominance struggles, and sometimes violent strife. Epistemic motives, by definition, govern the ways in which people seek to acquire beliefs that are certain and that help to navigate social and physical worlds that are threateningly ambiguous, complex, novel, and chaotic. Thus, epistemic needs affect the style and manner by which individuals seek to overcome uncertainty and the fear of the unknown. For example, Kruglinski, 1989. Rokiach, 1960, Sorrentino and Roney, 2000, Wilson, 1973 c. 6. Existential motives, 2, involve a desire for certainty and security that is associated with resisting rather than fostering change. Empirical work demonstrates that uncertainty-related threats and mortality salience have similar and compatible effects on social and political attitudes, suggesting that epistemic and existential motives are in fact highly interrelated. For example, Deschisne, Johnson, and Van Nippenberg, 2000, McGregor, Zanna, Holmes, and Spencer, 2001. Epistemic commitments, it seems, help to resolve existential conflicts, and existential motives affect the search for knowledge and meaning. Insofar as knowledge and meaning are derived from extant cultural arrangements and conventionally accepted definitions of reality, the terror arising from the possibility of one's own demise may induce resistance to change. Greenberg, Porteus, Simon, and Pieszczynski, 1995, Greenberg et al., 1990. Ideological beliefs, it has often been noted, help to reduce uncertainty and mitigate feelings of threat and worthlessness, for example. Abelson, 1995, Adorno et al., 1950, Altmaier, 1998, Klugel and Smith, 1986, Lane, 1962, Rokiach, 1960, Sanford, 1966. Tompkins, 1963, 1965, Wilson, 1973 c. That is, people embrace ideological belief systems at least in part because they inspire conviction and purpose. Even more specifically, it has been argued that needs for system justification arise from the motivated desire to reduce uncertainty, Hogg and Mullin, 1999, and the belief in a just world has been linked to epistemic needs to increase prediction and control and to existential needs to maintain self-esteem and provide meaning and a sense of security, for example, Klugel and Smith, 1986, Lerner, 1980. Authoritarianism has long been associated with rigid and dogmatic thinking styles, for example, Altmaier, 1998, Frenkel Brunswick, 1948, 1949, Rokiach, 1960, and with a variety of internal and external threats, for example, Adorno et al., 1950. McGregor et al., 2001, Sales, 1972, 1973. One of the most consistent and enduring targets of right-wing criticism has been immigration, which is often experienced as frightening, confusing, and potentially threatening to the status quo. Describing the increase in right-wing popularity in Europe following the terrorist attacks on New York and Washington of the 11th of September 2001. Cowell, 2002, wrote that the right appears to be benefiting from a deep-seated fear that Western Europe, cozy and prosperous, is the target of a wave of chaotic immigration from Africa and the Middle East. Fear, aggression, threat, and pessimism, we propose, may be reciprocally related to the endorsement of inequality. Insofar as inequality seems intrinsically linked to the struggle for dominance. See Danius and Prato, 1999, its engagement may exact a price in the form of fear, anxiety, and suspiciousness. Fear, in turn, may be temporarily allayed by admitting the reality of threat and preparing to address it by single-mindedly confronting one's foes, real or imaginary, and hence embracing inequality as a social necessity. 7. In summary, then, we argue that fear and uncertainty are centrally linked to the core convictions of political conservatives to resist change and justify inequality, especially to the extent that the status quo breeds inequality. Whereas a plethora of motives, discussed earlier, might prompt individuals to embrace a specific 6 as suggested by an anonymous reviewer, it is also possible that conservatives do not fear uncertainty per se but rather are especially concerned with minimizing future negative outcomes. In this sense, it may be that a pessimistic, risk-averse prevention orientation characterizes conservatives' thinking about uncertain outcomes, which may explain why they would, for example, adopt a worst-case scenario perspective with regard to military foreign policy. 7. Although the attainment of certainty and defense against threat Sent conceptually distinguishable concerns, there is a sense in which certainty is also served by inequality in the epistemic domain, namely by revering epistemic authorities, Ellis and Kruglanski, 1992, whose pronouncements may afford a quick sense of certainty. 351 Conservatism as motivated social cognition. Form of conservative ideology. The core aspects of conservatism seem especially appealing to people who are situationally or positionally prone to experience fear or to find uncertainty aversive. Thus, a motivated social cognitive perspective allows for the theoretical integration of a large number of variables that are relevant to overcoming fear and uncertainty in an effort to provide a coherent, though incomplete, psychological portrait of political conservatives. Evidence linking epistemic, existential, and ideological motives to political conservatism. We have reviewed several theories of individual differences, epistemic and existential needs, and individual and collective rationalization to arrive at 8 specific hypotheses concerning the motivated social cognitive basis of political conservatism. In what follows, we consider evidence for and against the hypotheses that political conservatism is significantly associated with 1. Mental rigidity and closed-mindedness, including increased dogmatism and intolerance of ambiguity, b. decreased cognitive complexity, c. decreased openness to experience, d. uncertainty, avoidance, e. personal needs for order and structure, and f. need for cognitive closure, 2. lowered self-esteem, 3. fear, anger, and aggression, 4. pessimism, disgust, and contempt, 5. loss prevention, 6. fear of death, 7. threat arising from social and economic deprivation, and 8. threat to the stability of the social system. We have argued that these motives are in fact related to one another psychologically, and our motivated social cognitive perspective helps to integrate them. We now offer an integrative, meta-analytic review of research on epistemic, existential, and ideological bases of conservatism. The data for our review come from 38 journal articles, 1 monograph, 7 chapters from books or annual volumes, and 2 conference papers involving 88 different samples studied between 1958 and 2002. Some of the original data are derived from archival sources, including speeches and interviews given by politicians, and opinions and verdicts rendered by judges, whereas others are taken from experimental, field, or survey studies. The total number of research participants and individual cases is 22,818, see Table 1. The data come from 12 different countries, with 59 of the samples, or 67% of the total, coming from the United States. The remaining samples were studied in England, N8, New Zealand 4, Australia 3, Poland 3, Sweden 2, Germany 2, Scotland 2, Israel 2, Italy 1, Canada 1, and South Africa 1. 60% of the samples are exclusively composed of college or university student populations, but they account for only 37% of the total number of research participants included in our review. The remaining samples include family members, high school students, student teachers, adult extension students, non-student, adults, professionals, politicians, judges, political activists, and religious ministers. Only one of our hypotheses, concerning system term instability, was assessed exclusively with samples from the United States, and only one other hypothesis, concerning self-esteem, was assessed exclusively with student samples, including one sample of adult education students. Epistemic motives. By far the most convincing research on left-right differences pertains to epistemic motives associated with mental rigidity and closed-mindedness. The notion that political conservatives are less flexible in their thinking than others originated with work on authoritarianism, Adorno et al., 1950, Intolerance of Ambiguity. Frenkel Brunswick, 1949, and Dogmatism, Rokiach, 1960, and it also played a defining role in Wilson, 1973 c., and colleagues' conception of conservatism as uncertainty avoidance. Christie, 1954, reported significant negative correlations ranging from .20 to .48 between IQ and scores on the F scale, but researchers since then have focused on differences in cognitive style rather than ability. Research on cognitive sophistication and integrative complexity provides the soundest basis for evaluating claims linking epistemic motivation to political ideology, for example, Gruenfeld, 1995. Sedanius, 1985, 1988, Tetlock, 1983, 1984. Recent work on personal need for structure, Scala et al., 1995, and the need for cognitive closure, D. M. Webster and Kruglinski, 1994, helps to complete the picture. Dogmatism. A long-standing controversy within the psychological study of ideology has to do with whether intolerance, closed-mindedness, and cognitive simplicity are associated more with right-wing attitudes than with left-wing attitudes. For example, Isenk, 1954, Isenk and Wilson, 1978, Sedanius, 1985, 1988, Tetlock, 1983, 1984. Wilson, 1973 c. An early and persistent criticism of the work on authoritarianism, for example, has been that, in its zeal to identify right-wing dogmatism, it has failed to diagnose the dogmatism of the left, for example, Rokiach, 1960, Schills, 1954. Over the years, there have been numerous backers of both the rigidity of the right hypothesis, for example, Altmaier, 1981, Christie, 1956, and the more symmetrical extremist as ideologue hypothesis, for example, Ray, 1973. Schills, 1954. W. F. Stone, 1980, concluded that there was virtually no evidence for the syndrome of left-wing authoritarianism and that rigidity and closed-mindedness were consistently associated more with conservative thinking styles than with their alternatives. This position has been echoed by Altmaier, 1981, 1998, and Billig, 1984, among others. Table 1. Characteristics of samples and participants used in meta-analysis. Characteristic. No of samples. No of cases /participants. Country of sample. Australia 3 1042. Canada 1 354. England 8 1330. Germany 2 571. Israel 2 279. Italy 1 178. New Zealand 4 998. Poland 3 368. Scotland 258. South Africa 1 233. Sweden 2 326. United States 59 17,081. Total 87 22,818. Type of sample. Exclusively undergraduates 53 8,522. Not exclusively undergraduates 35 14,296. Total 88 22,818. 352 Jost, Glaser, Kruglinski, and Sullivan. This is not to say that there is no such thing as leftist extremism or dogmatism, see Barker, 1963, but even when researchers have identified an increase in dogmatism among leftists in comparison with moderates, the highest dogmatism scores are still obtained for conservatives. Rokiach's, 1956, Dogmatism Scale, which has been widely used in the psychological literature, contains such ideologically neutral items as the following: a man who does not believe in some great cause has not really lived. Of all the different philosophies which exist in this world, there is probably only one which is correct, and to compromise with our political opponents is dangerous because it usually leads to the betrayal of our own side. Because the items measure general epistemic attitudes rather than specific political opinions, dogmatism is included in our review as a psychological variable predicting political contents rather than as a political dependent variable, even though it is measured in an ideologically neutral way. Dogmatism has been found to correlate consistently with authoritarianism, political economic conservatism, and the holding of right-wing opinions. Barker, 1963, Christie, 1991, Elms, 1969. Pettigrew, 1958, Rokiach, 1960, Smithers and Lobley, 1978, Stacey and Green, 1971. Thus, more support exists for the rigidity of the right hypothesis than for its alternatives. In commenting on Schilzer's 1954 critique, Altmeyer, 1998, concluded, "I have yet to find a single socialist/communist type who scores highly, in absolute terms, on the left-wing authoritarianism scale." Schilz may have been right about his era, but the authoritarian on the left has been as scarce as hen's teeth in my samples. p. 71. Evidence suggests that dogmatism has been no more useful than the construct of authoritarianism for identifying rigidity of the left. See Table 2, but this has not deterred researchers from considering the possibility. Following Rokiach's 1960 lead, numerous investigators have brought a variety of methods and theories to bear on the general question of whether political conservatives are more closed-minded, i.e., mentally rigid, intolerant of ambiguity, complexity, etc., than are liberals, moderates, and others. Intolerance of ambiguity. Research on ambiguity tolerance waxed and waned from the early 1950s to the late 1970s, using a wide range of measurement techniques, for example, Block and Block, 1950, Budner, 1962, Isenk. 1954, Feather, 1969, Sedanius, 1978, 1985. Frenkel-Brunswick. 1949, assessed ambiguity tolerance using case study material. Obtained in interviews. Block and Block, 1950, measured tolerance of ambiguity by the number of trials a participant took to establish an individual perceptual norm in the autokinetic paradigm. A number of questionnaire measures of ambiguity tolerance were devised, see Fernham and Ribchester, 1995, for a review, the first being Walkser scale, reproduced by O'Connor, 1952. Similar tests were developed by Isenk, 1954, and Budner, 1962, among others. As hypothesized by Frenkel-Brunswick, 1948, intolerance of ambiguity has been found to correlate positively with ethnocentrism, O'Connor, 1952, and authoritarianism, for example, Kenny and Gins. Berg, 1958, Paulicki and Armquist, 1973. At least a few studies, which are summarized in Table 2, provide support for the notion that intolerance of ambiguity is associated with political conservatism, for example, Curtin, 1978, Kohn, 1974, Sedanius, 1978. A study of Israeli university students by Fibert and Ressler, 1998, found that intolerance of ambiguity scores were indeed significantly higher among moderate and extreme right-wing students compared with moderate and extreme left-wing students. The notion that conservatism is associated with intolerance of ambiguity is consistent with a great many theories, and it is implicit in ideological theories of integrative complexity. It may also provide a psychological context for understanding statements such as this one made by George W. Bush at an international conference of world leaders. In Italy, I know what I believe and I believe what I believe is right. Sanger, 2001. 8-hour review suggests that there is a relatively strong connection between dogmatism and intolerance of ambiguity, on the one hand, and various measures of political conservatism, on the other. The weighted mean effect size, R, aggregated across 20 tests of the hypothesis conducted in 5 different countries involving more than 2,000 participants, see Table 2, was .34, p.0001. 9. Integrative complexity. There is by now a relatively large and methodologically sophisticated body of work that addresses left-wing and right-wing differences in cognitive complexity, for example, Gruenfeld, 1995, Cedar, Neus, 1984, 1985, 1988, Tetlock, 1983, 1984. Content analytic techniques have been developed to measure integrative complexity, which refers to the extent of differentiation among multiple perspectives or dimensions and the higher order integration or synthesis of these differentiated components, for example, Tetlock, 1983. 1984. Whereas prior research assessing dogmatism and rigidity among different ideological groups primarily made use of respondents drawn from the population as a whole, Tetlock's, 1983. 1984, Tetlock et al., 1985, work on integrative complexity has focused on thinking styles among political elites. In an inventive series of studies, Tetlock, 1983, 1984, and his collaborators, Tetlock et al., 1985, analyzed archival data drawn from speeches and interviews with political elites. The results are often taken as evidence for Schilzer's 1954 contention that ideologues of the extreme left and extreme right are more dogmatic and closed-minded than political centrists, and some of the findings, for example, Tetlock, 1984, do suggest that extreme leftists show less cognitive complexity than moderate leftists. At the same time, however, there is a clear indication in Tetlock's data that conservative ideologues are generally less integratively complex than their liberal or moderate counterparts, see Table 3. For example, a study of U.S. senatorial speeches in 1975 and 1976 indicates that politicians whose voting records were classified as either liberal or moderate showed significantly more integrative complexity than did politicians with conservative voting records, even after controlling for political party affiliation, Tetlock, 1983. These results were replicated almost exactly in a study of U.S. Supreme Court justices by Tetlock et al., 1985. In neither of these studies were liberals found to be significantly less, or more, complex in their 8. On another occasion, President Bush informed a British reporter, "Look, my job isn't to try to nuance. My job is to tell people what I think." Sanger, 2002. 9. In all cases, mean RS and weighted mean RS are based on Fisher's Z conversions, following procedures recommended by Rosenthal, 1991. Effect sizes have been weighted by N3, as recommended by Rosenthal, 1991. Confidence intervals for weighted mean RS were calculated using the formula recommended by Cooper, 1998, p. 140. 353. Conservatism as motivated social cognition. Thinking than were moderates. Gruenfeld, 1995, however, failed to replicate Tetlock's 1983-1984 results after controlling for majority versus minority opinion status. She obtained no significant differences between liberals and conservatives on integrative complexity. Additional evidence does suggest that an overall main effect relationship holds between cognitive complexity and political conservatism. Tetlock's 1984 study of members of the British House of Commons revealed a moderate negative correlation between integrative complexity and ideological conservatism, R.30, p. 01. He found that the most integratively complex politicians were moderate socialists, who scored significantly higher on complexity than extreme socialists, moderate conservatives, and extreme conservatives. Tetlock, Hannam, and Micheletti, 1984. Table 2. Correlations between dogmatism, intolerance of ambiguity, and political conservatism. Psychological variable, political variable. Pearson's R. Cohen's D. Source sample characteristic. Dogmatism F scale, fascism. 82 2.87 Pettigrew, 1958, 49 Female University of North Carolina. Undergraduates. 56 ** 1.35 Rokiach, 1960, a 13 members of the Student Communist Society, University College, England. Political, economic, conservatism. 13 * 0.26 Rokiach, 1960, 202 Michigan State University undergraduates. 11 * 0.22 Rokiach, 1960, 207 New York University and Brooklyn College undergraduates. 20 * 0.41 Rokiach, 1960, 153 Michigan State University undergraduates. 28 * 0.58 Rokiach, 1960, 186 Michigan State University undergraduates. Authoritarianism, rebelliousness. 48 * 1.09 Con, 1974, 62 University of Reading undergraduates. England. Conservatism, radicalism. 20 * B 0.41 Smithers and Lobley, 1978. 295 University of Bradford undergraduates. England. See scale. 58 * 1.42 AC. Webster and Stewart. 1973. 93 Protestant ministers, New Zealand. See scale, short form. 44 * 0.98 Curtin, 1978. Sample 1. 286 adults, England. 47 * 1.06 Curtin, 1978. Sample 2. 276 adults, England. Category specificity F scale, fascism, .030.06 Pettigrew 49 Female University of North 1958, Carolina undergraduates. Inflexibility C scale, short form. 59 * 1.46 Curtin, 1978. Sample 1. 286 adults, England. 54 * 1.28 Curtin, 1978. Sample 2. 276 adults, England. Intolerance of ambiguity C scale, short form. 59 * 1.46 Curtin, 1978. Sample 1. 286 adults, England. 59 * 1.46 Curtin, 1978. Sample 2. 276 adults, England. Authoritarianism, rebelliousness. 67 * 1.81 Con, 1974, 62 University of Reading undergraduates. England. General conservatism scale. 27 * 0.56 Sedanius, 1978, 192 high school students, Stockholm, Sweden. Political, economic, conservatism. 060.12 Sedanius, 1978, 192 high school students, Stockholm, Sweden. Same sample. Right wing. Political orientation. 41 * C 0.89 Fibert and Ressler. 1998. 159 second-year students, Ben Gurion University, Israel. Mean effect size. 37 0.82 total, unique, ND 2173. Weighted mean effect size. 34 0.73. 95% confidence interval. 30.37. Note: F scale fascism scale, C scale conservatism scale. Arokiach, 1960, pp 88, 121, reported correlations between dogmatism and the F scale ranging from .54 to .77 for multiple large samples drawn from England, New York, and Ohio. However, the samples could not be matched to correlation coefficients based on his report. B. Pearson's R was derived from the originally reported F statistic, F1, 292, 12.50, p.001. C. Pearson's R was derived from the originally reported F statistic, F1, 158, 31.52, p.001. D. When multiple tests were computed on the same sample, the sample was counted only once in the calculation of total, unique, N, mean effect sizes. Weighted and non-weighted, and overall significance levels. Multiple effect sizes drawn from the same sample were averaged prior to inclusion in calculations of overall average effect sizes. *p.10 *p.05 *p.001. All tests two-tailed, converted from one-tailed tests when necessary. 354 Jost, Glaser, Kruglinski, and Sulloy. Table 3. Correlations between integrative complexity and political conservatism. Psychological variable, political variable. Pearson's R. Cohen's D. Source sample characteristic. Integrative complexity, conservative voting record. 44 *******0.98 Tetlock, 1983, speeches from 45 senators, USA. Conservative political party and orientation. 30 ******0.63 Tetlock, 1984, interviews with 87 members of the House of Commons, England. Conservative voting record and orientation. 61 ****** B1.54 Tetlock et al. 1984. Sample 1. Speeches from 35 senators, 82nd Congress, USA. 38 ***** C0.82 Speeches from 35 senators, 83rd Congress, USA, same sample. 45 ***** D1.01 Tetlock et al. 1984. Sample 2. Speeches from 45 senators, 94th Congress, USA. 46 ***** E1.04 Speeches from 45 senators, 96th Congress, USA, same sample. 00 F 0.00 Speeches from 45 senators, 97th Congress, USA, same sample. Conservative voting record. Civil liberties. 47 ***** 1.06 Tetlock et al. 1985. Opinions from 23 Supreme Court justices. USA. Conservative voting record. Economic issues. 48 **1.09 Tetlock et al. 1985. Opinions from 23 Supreme Court Justices. USA, same sample. Conservative voting record. And orientation. 19 G 0.39 Gruenfeld. 1995. Sample 1. 16 Supreme Court Justices, USA. 13 H 0.26 Gruenfeld 32 Supreme Court Opinions. 1995. Sample 2. USA. 00 I 0.00 Gruenfeld. 1995. Sample 3. 24 Supreme Court Cases, USA. Cognitive Flexibility. Measure 1 General Conservatism. Scale. 19 **0.39 Cedanius, 1985, 134 high school students, Stockholm, Sweden. Measure 2.16 **0.32 Cedanius, 1985, 134 high school students, Stockholm, Sweden, same sample. Measure 3.11 0.22 Cedanius, 1985, 134 high school students, Stockholm, Sweden, same sample. Cognitive complexity. Measure 1.11 0.22 Cedanius, 1985, 134 high school students, Stockholm, Sweden, same sample. Measure 2.010 0.02 Cedanius, 1985, 134 high school students, Stockholm, Sweden, same sample. Ordination C scale. 23 *** J 0.47 Hinzit al. 1997. 84 University of North Texas. Undergraduates. Functionally independent. Constructs. 00 K 0.00 Hinzit al. 1997. 84 University of North Texas. Undergraduates, same sample. Attributional complexity RWA scale. 17 *** 0.35 Altamira. 1998. 354 University of Manitoba. Undergraduates, Canada. SDO scale. 19 *** 0.39 Altamira. 1998. 354 University of Manitoba. Undergraduates, Canada, same sample. Mean effect size. 20 *** 0.43 total, unique, NL 879. Weighted mean effect size. 20 *** 0.41. 95% confidence interval. 13.26. Note. See Scale. Conservatism scale, RWA right-wing authoritarianism, SDO social dominance orientation. AA partial R was derived from the originally reported beta statistic, 35, t, 39, 3.02, according to the formula, RT2/T2DF. B. Pearson's R was derived from the mean, Fisherized, effect size of two originally reported F statistics, one for the difference between liberals and conservatives, F, 1. 32, 23.37, P.001, and one for the difference between moderates and conservatives, F, 1, 32, 15.24, P.001. C. Pearson's R was derived from the mean, Fisherized, effect size of 2 originally reported F statistics, 1 for the difference between liberals and conservatives, F, 1, 32, 2.13, p. 25, and 1 for the difference between moderates and conservatives, F, 1, 32, 10.70, p.01. D. Pearson's R was derived from the mean, Fisherized effect size of 2 originally reported F statistics, 1 for the difference between liberals and conservatives, F, 1, 84, 16.39, p.0001, and 1 for the difference between moderates and conservatives, F, 1, 84, 12.70, p.001. E. Pearson's R was derived from the mean, Fisherized effect size of 2 originally reported F statistics, 1 for the difference between liberals and conservatives, F, 1, 84, 21.68, p.01, and 1 for the difference between moderates and conservatives, F, 1, 84, 23.61, p.01. F. Tetlock et al. 1984, reported that no significant differences existed among ideological groups. In this Congress, p. 984, so we made the conservative assumption that R.0. G. Gruenfeld, 1995, reported that F 1.00 for the difference between liberals, M 1.64, and conservatives, M 1.76, so we calculated Pearson's R on the assumption that F 0.50. H. Gruenfeld, 1995, reported that F 1.00 for the difference between liberals, M 1.38, and conservatives, M 1.56, so we calculated Pearson's R on the assumption that F 0.50. I. Gruenfeld, 1995, reported no statistics for the difference between liberals, M 1.460, and conservatives, M 1.465, so we made the assumption that R0. J. Pearson's R was derived from the originally reported F statistic, F, 1, 82, 4.59, p.035. K. Pearson's R was derived from the originally reported F statistic, F, 1, 82, 0.007, p.935. The precise R would have been .01, but the direction of the effect was not specified by Hinz et al. 1997. When multiple tests were computed on the same sample, the sample was counted only once in the calculation of total, unique, n, mean effect sizes, weighted and non-weighted, and overall significance levels. Multiple effect sizes drawn from the same sample were averaged prior to inclusion in calculations of overall average effect sizes. *p.10 *p.05 *p.01 *p.001. All tests two-tailed, converted when necessary. Compared the speeches of liberals and conservatives in 5 separate U.S. congressional sessions. They found that liberals and moderates scored significantly higher than conservatives on integrative complexity in all 3 Democratic-controlled Congresses. Of the 2 examinations by Tetlock et al. 1984, of Republican-controlled Congresses, one revealed no differences among liberals, conservatives, and moderates, and the other indicated that moderates exhibited significantly greater complexity than conservatives, whereas liberals did not differ from the other 2 groups. The Authors concluded that their findings lend indirect support to the rigidity of the right hypothesis and that a general interpretation of integrative complexity appears to apply more readily to conservatives than to liberals and moderates. p. 987. Sedanius, 1984, 1985, 1988, proposed context theory as an alternative to the notions that cognitive sophistication is lower among right-wing proponents or among extremist ideologues of either side. See also Sedanius and Lau, 1989. Briefly, his argument was that the relation between cognitive complexity and conservatism should depend on which specific subdimension of conservatism one is dealing with and the psychological function that is related to that subdimension. With regard to political economic conservatism, Sedanius, 1985, hypothesized that because of greater political interest and commitment, extremists of the right and left would display greater, italics added, cognitive complexity, flexibility, and tolerance of ambiguity than political moderates. p. 638. By contrast, with regard to conservative social attitudes concerning issues of race and immigration, Sedanius, 1985, predicted, and found, that cognitive complexity would be negatively and monotonically related to conservatism. Other evidence in support of context theory includes findings from the United States and Sweden that right and left-wing extremists, on political and economic issues, are more likely than moderates to express political interest and to engage in active information search. Sedanius, 1984, to exhibit cognitive complexity, Sedanius, 1985, 1988, and to report high levels of self-confidence and willingness to deviate from social convention, Sedanius, 1988. It is important to note, however, that at least two studies, Sedanius, 1978, 1985, yield greater support for the notion that cognitive flexibility decreases in a linear fashion with increasing general conservatism than they did for any curvilinear prediction. Unfortunately, the studies listed in Table 3 do not provide sufficient statistical information to allow a meta-analytic test for the presence of a quadratic trend in the overall data. However, inspection of the means reported in these studies strongly suggests that the overall trend is linear rather than curvilinear, with liberals exhibiting the highest levels of integrative complexity and flexibility. Overall, we obtained a weighted mean effect size, R, of 20, p.0001, for 21 tests of the relation between integrative complexity and political conservatism, assessed in 4 different national contexts. See Table 3. Openness to experience. Wilson's, 1973b, Psychological Theory of Conservatism assumes, among many other things, that conservatives are less inclined to seek out strong external stimulation in the form of other people as well as in the form of non-social stimuli. He interpreted findings indicating that conservatives score lower on measures of extraversion as consistent with this formulation. Wilson, 1973b, p. 262. Somewhat more direct evidence was provided by Kish, 1973, who found that conservatives scored lower than others on measures of general sensation seeking. See Table 4. Jones, and Ryder, 1977, obtained a correlation of .38 between scores on an experience inventory scale, including subscales of aesthetic sensitivity, openness to theoretical or hypothetical ideas, indulgence in fantasy, and openness to unconventional views of reality, and scores on Wilson and Patterson's 1968 C scale. A follow-up study by Jost et al. Revealed that conservatives were also less likely than non-conservatives to volunteer for psychology experiments that required openness to experience, i.e., experiments on aesthetic interest, fantasy production, and sexual behavior, but not for experiments on decision-making and humor. These findings are consistent with other research indicating that conservatives are less likely than others to value broad-mindedness, imagination, and having an exciting life. Feather, 1979, 1984. One of Costa and Macrae's, 1985, Big Five Dimensions of Personality addresses openness to experience. Prato et al. 1994. Found that openness to experience was correlated with low scores on the SDO scale in at least one of their samples, R.28, p.01. Jost and Thomson, 2000, administered the Big Five inventory along with the economic system justification scale to a sample of 393 students at the University of Maryland at College Park, and they found that system justification was associated with lower levels of openness to experience, R.19, p.001. Peterson and Lane, 2001, 2, found that openness to experience was negatively correlated with RWA scores in a sample of college students that they followed for 4 years. Correlational results from 21 tests conducted in the United States and Australia, see Table 4, provide consistent evidence that people who hold politically conservative attitudes are generally less open to new and stimulating experiences. Weighted mean R.32, p.0001. Uncertainty avoidance. The crux of Wilson's 1973b theory is that ambiguity and uncertainty are highly threatening to conservatives. Wilson, A.U.S. Mann, and Matthews, 1973, examined the artistic preferences of people who scored high and low on the C scale by soliciting evaluative ratings of paintings that had been classified as either simple or complex and either abstract or representational. They found that conservatives exhibited a relatively strong preference for simple rather than complex paintings and a much weaker preference for representational rather than abstract paintings. See Table 5. Similarly, it has been shown that conservatives were more likely to prefer simple poems over complex poems, Gillies and Campbell, 1985, and unambiguous over ambiguous literary texts, McAllister and Anderson, 1991. Similar results have been obtained when preferences for familiar versus unfamiliar stimuli were compared. For instance, Glasgow and Cartier, 1985, DEM. Demonstrated that conservatives were more likely than others to favor familiar over unfamiliar music. Converging results that political conservatives are less tolerant of ambiguity, less open to new experiences, and more avoidant of uncertainty compared with moderates and liberals may provide a psychological context for Understanding why congressional Republicans and other prominent conservatives in the United States have sought unilaterally to eliminate public funding for the contemporary arts, Lehrer, 1997. In a useful effort to apply Wilson's, 1973b, theory of Conser. 356 Jost, Glaser, Kruglinski, and Sulloy. Vatism as uncertainty reduction to the workplace, Fay and Faz. 2000, used a German translation of an authoritarianism scale to investigate work-related attitudes and openness to organizational and technological innovation. This study has the virtue of distinguishing more clearly between psychological variables, acceptance versus rejection of innovation, and ideological variables, or Table 4. Correlations between openness to experience and political conservatism. Psychological variable, political variable. Pearson's are Cohen's D-source sample characteristic. General sensation seeking F-scale. 45 * 1.01 Kish and Donenworth. 1972. 42 adult extension students, USA. General sensation seeking. Short form. C scale. 33 * 0.70 Kish, 1973, sample 186 undergraduates, USA. General sensation seeking. C scale. 54 * 1.28 Kish, 1973, sample 251 adult extension social work students, USA. 48 * 1.09 Glasgow and Cartier. 1985. 42 University of Nevada, Reno. Undergraduates. Experience inventory. 38 * 0.82 Jowett al. 1977. Sample 1. 124 undergraduates, USA. Willingness to volunteer for experiments requiring open-mindedness. 15 * B 0.30 Jowett al. 1977. Sample 2. 205 undergraduates, USA. Valuing broad-mindedness. 39 * 0.85 Feather, 1979. Sample 1. 558 family members, 14 years and older, Adelaide, Australia. 43 * 0.95 Feather, 1979. Sample 2. 358 Flinders University. Undergraduates and their family members, 14 years and older. Australia. 34 * 0.72 Feather, 1984, 124 Flinders University students. Australia. Valuing imaginativeness. 32 * 0.68 Feather, 1979. Sample 1. 558 family members, 14 years and older, Adelaide, Australia. 44 * 0.98 Feather, 1979. Sample 2. 358 Flinders University. Undergraduates and their family members, 14 years and older. Australia. 50 * 1.15 Feather, 1984, 124 Flinders University students. Australia. Valuing an exciting life. 27 * 0.56 Feather, 1979. Sample 1. 558 family members, 14 years and older, Adelaide, Australia. 31 ****0.65 Feather, 1979. Sample 2. 358 Flinders University. Undergraduates and their family members, 14 years and older. Australia. 25 ****0.52 Feather, 1984, 126 Flinders University students. Australia. Openness to experience. From the Big Five. Personality Inventory. SDO Scale. 28 ****0.58 Prato et al. 1994. Sample 9. 97 San Jose State University. Undergraduates. Economic System. Justification Scale. 19 ****0.39 Jost and Thomson. 2000. 393 University of Maryland. Undergraduates. RWA Scale. 36 ****0.77 Peterson et al. 1997. Sample 1. 198 University of New Hampshire. Undergraduates. 33 ****0.70 Peterson et al. 1997. Sample 2. 157 Parents of University of New Hampshire undergraduates. 31 ****0.65 Peterson and Lane. 2001. 69 First-year University of New Hampshire undergraduates. 42 ****0.93 Peterson and Lane. 2001. 69 University of New Hampshire. Senior undergraduates, same. Sample. Mean effect size. 35 ****0.77 Total, unique, NC 2606. Weighted mean effect size. 32 ****0.68. 95% confidence interval. 28.35. Note. F scale Fascism scale, C scale Conservatism scale, SDO Social Dominance Orientation, RWA Right-wing Authoritarianism. AA weighted mean R was derived from originally reported correlations for men, R.81, N13, and women, R.29, N29. B. Pearson's R was derived from the originally reported F statistic, F1, 201, 4.50. C. When multiple tests were computed on the same sample, the sample was counted only once in the calculation of total, unique, N, mean effect sizes, weighted and non-weighted, and overall significance levels. Multiple effect sizes drawn from the same sample were averaged prior to inclusion in calculations of overall average effect sizes. *P.05. *P.01. *P.001. All tests two-tailed, converted when necessary. 357 Conservatism as motivated social cognition. Authoritarianism, than is typically afforded by studies using the C scale. Fay and Faz, 2000, found that authoritarianism was associated with an unwillingness to change work habits, a rejection of new technology, and relative disinterest in work innovation in an East German context, see Table 5. Atiet, Brief, and Vollrath. 1987, found that conservatives were especially likely to value job security over task variety at work. In diverse aesthetic and organizational contexts, then, evidence from 3 countries suggests that conservatives are generally motivated to eschew ambiguity, novelty, and uncertainty. Weighted mean R.27, p.0001. Personal needs for order and structure. A number of theories, including theories of authoritarianism, dogmatism, and uncertainty avoidance, imply that conservatives should have heightened motivational needs for order and structure. The research that exists is consistent with these expectations. See Table 6. For example, a C. Webster and Stewart, 1973, obtained a correlation of .24 between the need for order and scores on the C scale. Eisenberg, Berg and Musson, 1980, found that politically conservative adolescents were more likely to describe themselves as neat, orderly, and organized than were liberal adolescents. Altmeyer, 1998, obtained a moderate correlation of .34 between scores on Scala et al.'s, 1995, personal need for structure scale, and RWA scores. This evidence is consistent not only with research on dogmatism, intolerance of ambiguity, and uncertainty avoidance, but also with the notion that in the realm of political attitudes, authoritarians long for order and structure, advocating such diverse measures as firm parental discipline, comprehensive drug testing, core educational curricula, and quarantines for AIDS patients. Peterson et al., 1993. Need for cognitive closure. An even more specific account of closed-mindedness exists in studies of impulsive closure and the need for cognitive closure. For example, Ditz, 1961, D. M. Webster and Kruglinski, 1994, than in studies of dogmatism and intolerance of ambiguity. Here we consider evidence pertaining to the hypothesis that there is a match between content-free epistemic motives to make decisions that are quick, firm, and final and content-laden political attitudes associated with the right wing. See Table 6. Invalidating their Table 5. Correlations between uncertainty tolerance and political conservatism. Psychological variable. Political variable. Pearson's R. Cohen's D. Source sample characteristic. Preference for complex paintings. See scale. 56 1.35 Wilson et al. 1973, 30 adults aged 23-34, USA. Preference for abstract paintings. 14.0.28 Wilson et al. 1973, 30 adults aged 23-34, USA. Same sample. Preference for complex poems. 31*0.65 Gillies and Campbell. 1985. 34 Glasgow University. Undergraduates, Scotland. Preference for modern over traditional poems. 040.08 Gillies and Campbell. 1985. 34 Glasgow University. Undergraduates, Scotland. Same sample. Preference for unfamiliar music. R.30*0.63 Glasgow and Cartier, 1985, 42 University of Nevada, Reno. Undergraduates. Preference for complex music R.240.49 Glasgow and Cartier, 1985, 42 University of Nevada, Reno. Undergraduates, same sample. Preference for ambiguous literary texts. 40 B0.87 McAllister and Anderson. 1991. 24 adults aged 1846, Scotland. Comfort with job insecurity R.22 0.45 et al. 1987, 155 graduate and undergraduate students, USA. Preference for task variety. 16 0.32 et al. 1987, 155 graduate and undergraduate students, USA, same sample. Readiness to change at work authoritarian. Conservatism. 33 0.70 Fay and Faz, 2000, 478 adults aged 2067, East Germany. Acceptance of new technology. 23 0.47 Fay and Faz, 2000, 478 adults aged 2067, East Germany, same sample. Interest in work innovation. 42 0.93 Fay and Faz, 2000, 478 adults aged 2067, East Germany, same sample. Attempts at innovation. 21 0.43 Fay and Faz, 2000, 478 adults aged 2067, East Germany, same sample. Mean effect size. 28 0.58 total, unique, NC 763. Weighted mean effect size. 27 0.57. 95% confidence interval. 21.34. Note. See scale. Conservatism scale. Variables have been rephrased from the original source, for example, preference for complex rather than preference for simple, and coefficient signs reversed. Accordingly, to facilitate comparison with other studies and calculate meaningful mean effect sizes. B. Pearson's R was derived from the mean of two originally reported Mann-Whitney U statistics. One for the difference in preferences between texts that were high versus low in ambiguity, U34.0, p.05, and one for the difference in preferences between texts that were low versus moderate in ambiguity, U32.5, p.05. See when multiple tests were computed on the same sample. The sample was counted only once in the calculation of total, unique, n, mean effect sizes, weighted and non-weighted, and overall significance levels. Multiple effect sizes drawn from the same sample were averaged prior to inclusion in calculations of overall average effect sizes. *p.10 *p.05 *p.01 *p.001. All tests two-tailed, converted when necessary. 358 Jost, Glaser, Kruglinski, and Sullivan. Individual Difference Scale of the Need for Closure, the NFCS. D. M. Webster and Kruglinski, 1994, obtained a correlation of .27 between NFCS scores and authoritarianism in two large samples of undergraduate students at the University of Maryland at College Park, Jost et al. 1999, administered batteries of measures that included the NFCS and a single-item measure of self-reported liberalism conservatism, with several instrumental instruments separate. In the two, modest positive correlations were obtained between need for closure and conservatism in each of the samples, R 613.21, P.001, and R 733.26, P.001. A study conducted by Kemmelmeyer, 1997, in Germany DEM illustrates further that need for closure scores increase in a steady, monotonic fashion as one moves from left-wing to right-wing. Party membership. Democratic Socialists scored lower on the NFCS than did members of the Green Party, who scored lower than members of the Social Democratic Party, who scored lower than members of the Free Democratic Party, who scored lower than members of the right-wing Christian Democratic Party. Results yielded no evidence for the hypothesis that extreme individuals of the left and right would exhibit greater cognitive rigidity. Table 6. Correlations between needs for order, structure, and closure and political conservatism. Psychological variable. Political variable. Pearson's R. Cohen's D. Source sample characteristic. Need for order C scale. 24 0.49 C. Webster and Stewart. 1973. 93 Protestant ministers, New Zealand. Personal need for structure. RWA scale. 34 0.72 Altamaya, 1998, 354 University of Manitoba. Undergraduates, Canada. SDO scale. 060.12 Altamaya, 1998, 354 University of Manitoba. Undergraduates, Canada, same. Sample. Need for cognitive closure. F scale, authoritarianism. 27 0.56 DM. Webster and Kruglinski. 1994. 97 University of Maryland. Undergraduates. Right-wing political party. And orientation. 29 0.61 Kemmelmeyer, 1997, 93 University of Mannheim. Undergraduates, Germany. Political orientation. 23 0.48 Chirimbolo, 2002, 178 Undergraduates and working adults, Italy. F scale, authoritarianism. 46 B 1.04 Chirimbolo, 2002, 178 Undergraduates and working adults, Italy, same sample. Self-reported conservatism. 21 0.43 Jost et al. 1999, sample 1613 University of Maryland. Undergraduates. Self-reported conservatism. 26 0.54 Jost et al. 1999, sample 2733 University of Maryland. Undergraduates. Support for the death penalty. 47 1.06 Jost et al. 1999, sample 319 University of California, Santa Barbara. Undergraduates. Religious and nationalist. Right-wing beliefs. 27 0.56 Golek, 2001, Sample 1 119 adults aged 18-30, Poland. 31 ****0.65 Golek, 2001, Sample 2 126 Warsaw School of Advanced Social Psychology students, Poland. 82 ****2.87 Golek, 2001, Sample 3 122 student political activists, Poland. Economic right-wing beliefs. 22 ***0.45 Golek, 2001, Sample 1 120 adults aged 18-30, Poland. 26 ***0.54 Golek, 2001, Sample 2 120 Warsaw School of Advanced Social Psychology students, Poland. 61 ***1.54 Golek, 2001, Sample 3 122 student political activists, Poland. Conservative self placement, economic issues. 13.0.26 Golek, 2001, Sample 1 119 adults aged 18-30, Poland. 72 ***2.08 Golek, 2001, Sample 3 106 student political activists, Poland. Conservative self placement, social issues. 070.14 Golek, 2001, Sample 1 120 adults, aged 18-30, Poland. 70 ***1.96 Golek, 2001, Sample 3 109 student political activists, Poland. Mean effect size. 30 ***0.64 total, unique, NC 2548. Weighted mean effect size. 26 ***0.54. 95% confidence interval. 22.29. Note: See Scale Conservatism Scale, RWA Right-Wing Authoritarianism, SDO Social Dominance Orientation, F-Scale Fascism Scale. AA partial R was derived from the originally reported beta statistic. 25, t. 177, 3.17, according to the formula RT2/T2DF. BA partial R was derived from the originally reported beta statistic. 46, t. 177, 6.95, according to the formula RT2/T2DF. See when multiple tests were computed on the same sample, the sample was counted only once in the calculation of total, unique, n, mean effect sizes, weighted and non-weighted, and overall significance levels. Multiple effect sizes drawn from the same sample were averaged prior to inclusion in calculations of overall average effect sizes. *P.05 *P.01 *P.001. All tests two-tailed, converted when necessary. 359 Conservatism as Motivated Social Cognition. For example, Schill's, 1954, nor for Sedanius's, 1984, 1985, suggestion that politically extreme individuals in general would exhibit greater flexibility and sophistication in their thinking. Instead, Chem. Mellmeyer reported a positive monotonic effect of cognitive style on political ideology such that increased needs for cognitive flow sure were indeed associated with membership in right-wing organizations. These results were replicated in Italy by Chiarambolo, 2002. Jost et al. 1999, hypothesized that people who scored high on the NFCS would be especially likely to support the death penalty, insofar as capital punishment implies a resolution that is unambiguous, permanent, and final. That is, an empirical connection between the specific epistemic motives and specific ideological opinions was postulated. An overall correlation of 47, p.05, was obtained between need for closure and endorsement of capital punishment, with the strongest NFCS subscale predictors of support for capital punishment being discomfort with ambiguity, R.66, p.01, and preference for order, R.55, p.02. Little wonder, then, that advocates of the death penalty, who tend to be politically conservative in general, frequently argue that state-sanctioned executions are beneficial because they allow victims and observers to finally experience closure. Research conducted in Poland by Golek, 2001, corroborates the independent hypotheses that a. The need for closure is associated with the preservation of the status quo, whether left-wing or right-wing, and b. There is a matching tendency for people who are high on the need for closure to prefer right-wing ideologies over left-wing ideologies, perhaps especially when they are relatively high on political expertise. In two studies involving Polish citizens and students of various colleges and universities, Golek, 2001, found that NFCS scores were correlated positively with religious and nationalist conservatism, but they were correlated negatively with pro-capitalist, economic conservatism, presumably because of Poland's traditionally socialist economy, see tar. BLE 6. However, when she examined youth affiliates of various political parties, who may be regarded as relatively high in political expertise and involvement, the strongest ever associations between the ideologically content-free NFCS and political conservatism were observed. In a study involving 122 research participants, need for closure was strongly correlated with self-placement on scales of social conservatism, R.70, and economic conservatism, R.72, and it was also strongly correlated with beliefs indicating religious and nationalist conservatism, R.82. as well as economic conservatism, R.61. Thus, personal needs for order, structure, and closure appear to be especially well satisfied by right-wing political contents. Aggregating across 20 tests of the hypothesis in 6 different national contexts, we found stable and reasonably strong support for the notion that these specific epistemic motives are associated with a wide variety of politically conservative attitudes and orientations. Weighted mean R.26, p.0001. Existential motives. Threats to self-esteem. According to theories of authoritarianism and uncertainty avoidance, people should be more likely to embrace political conservatism to the extent that their self-esteem is chronically low or otherwise threatened. Although threats to self-esteem have been shown to evoke impulsive closure, Ditz, 1961, racism, see Danius. 1988, and Out-Group Derogation, Fain and Spencer, 1997, there is relatively little evidence to date linking threatened self-esteem to political conservatism per se. In arguing that a sense of inferiority leads to a generalized fear of uncertainty leading to conservatism, Wilson, 1973b, appears to have relied on a single study by Boshier, 1969, in which self-esteem correlated negatively at .51 with scores on the C scale in a sample of continuing education students in New Zealand. One study did find that adolescent conservatives were more likely than liberals to report worrying about doing something bad. Eisenberg, Berg and Musson, 1980, p. 169, but they were also more likely to see themselves as ambitious and successful. A pair of experimental studies conducted by Sales and Friend, 1973, demonstrate that inducing a failure experience can lead people to respond in an increasingly authoritarian manner. Specifically, receiving false feedback that they had performed relatively poorly on an anagram task led people to score higher on a balanced version of the F scale, compared with a pre-experimental control condition. Conversely, receiving success feedback led people to score lower on authoritarianism, although the effects were relatively small in magnitude and the results were presented too ambiguously to include in our meta-analysis. These experiments are important because they suggest that situational factors can influence the expression of political conservatism. 10. In general, however, consistently supportive evidence for the self-esteem hypothesis has been hard to come by. See Table 7. For instance, Altemeyer, 1998, found that individual self-esteem was uncorrelated with both RWA and SDO, but that collective self-esteem was weakly and negatively related to SDO. Pratoit al. 1994, reported that self-esteem was significantly and negatively correlated with SDO in 3 of their 9 samples, but correlations varied widely across the 9 samples. Our review, which aggregates effect sizes across 17 tests of the hypothesis involving a total of 1,558 university, or adult education, students from 3 different countries, leads to the conclusion that there is indeed a relationship between self-esteem and political conservatism, but it is relatively weak in magnitude. Weighted mean R.09, p.001, especially in comparison with our other findings. Despite the lack of large effect sizes, Altemeyer, 1998, has argued that high authoritarians respond more defensively to ego-threatening situations than do low authoritarians. Specifically, he observed that high RWAs asked for evidence supporting the validity of a self-esteem scale when they thought they had scored highly on it, but did not want to know about the validity of the test when told they had. 10. In a dissertation study conducted by Jost, 1996, Yale University, undergraduate students were randomly assigned to experimental conditions, in which they were led to believe that alumni from their university were either more or less socio-economically successful than alumni from a comparison school. See also Jost and Burgess, 2000. This manipulation was intended to evoke feelings of low social status rather than low self-esteem. And no measures of self-esteem were taken, but the findings were very similar to those obtained by Sales and Friend, 1973. Jost, 1996, found that Yale students who were assigned to the low socioeconomic success condition exhibited significantly higher scores on Altemeyer's 1981 RWA scale than did students assigned to the high socioeconomic success condition R133.17 p.05. That is, a situational manipulation of low perceived socioeconomic status was found to increase authoritarianism. And this effect was not attributable to differences in education or other variables. 360 Jost, Glaser, Kruglinski, and Sullivan scored poorly on it. They also asked to be told if they looked prejudiced on the ethnocentrism scale, but said they did not want to be informed if they scored highly in prejudice. p81. Thus, conservatives may not have lower self-esteem in general, but the possibility remains that they respond differently than others to potentially ego-threatening situations. A related possibility is that conservative ideologues are not necessarily lower in self-esteem, but have less stable self-esteem. These considerations lead us to conclude that more research, especially with non-student samples, is needed to determine whether conservatives respond more defensively, or more aggressively, to self-related threats, fear, anger, and aggression. Although far more research exists on cognitive differences between conservatives and other people than on emotional differences, it is a persistent claim that conservatives are more likely than others to be motivated by fear, aggression, and contempt. For example, Adorno et al., 1950, Altemeyer, 1996, 1998, Duckett, 2001, Krug, Mann, 2002, I.F. Stone, 1989, Tompkins, 1963, 1995. Classic and contemporary theories of authoritarianism similarly stress the possibility that conservatives are punitive towards societally sanctioned scapegoats because of underlying fear and hostility. As Altemeyer, 1998, argued. First, high RWAs are scared. They see the world as a dangerous place, as society teeters on the brink of self-destruction from evil and violence. This fear appears to instigate aggression in them. Second, right-wing authoritarians tend to be highly self-righteous. They think themselves much more moral and upstanding than others, a self-perception considerably aided by self-deception, their religious training, and some very efficient guilt evaporators, such as going to confession. This self-righteousness disinhibits their aggressive Table 7. Correlations between self-esteem and political conservatism. Psychological variable, political variable. Pearson's R. Cohen's D. Source sample characteristic. Self-esteem. See scale. 51 ********* 1.19 Boshier, 1969, 40 adult education students, New Zealand. Self-acceptance. 13.0.26 Boshier, 1969, 40 adult education students, New Zealand, same sample. Self/ideal discrepancy. 30*0.63 Boshier, 1969, 40 adult education students, New Zealand, same sample. Ego defensiveness. 15.0.30 Wilson, 1973 D. 91 California State University. Undergraduates. Rosenberg Self-Esteem Scale SDO Scale .090.18 Prato et al. 1994. Sample 1. 98 University of California. Berkeley, undergraduates. 18 0.37 Prato et al. 1994. Sample 2. 403 San Jose State University. Undergraduates. 090.18 Prato et al. 1994. Sample 3 AM. 80 Stanford University. Undergraduates. 010.02 Prato et al. 1994. Sample 3B. 57 Stanford University. Undergraduates, subset of. Sample 3 AM. 0.32 Prato et al. 1994. Sample 4. 90 Stanford University. Undergraduates. 23 0.47 Prato et al. 1994. Sample 5. 144 San Jose State University. Undergraduates. 010.02 Prato et al. 1994. Sample 6. 48 Stanford University. Undergraduates. 29 0.61 Prato et al. 1994. Sample 8. 115 Stanford University. Undergraduates. 0.28 Prato et al. 1994. Sample 9. 95 San Jose State University. Undergraduates. RWA Scale .010.02 Altamira, 1998, 354 University of Manitoba. Undergraduates, Canada. SDO Scale .070.14 Altamira, 1998, 354 University of Manitoba. Undergraduates, Canada, same. Sample. Collective Self-Esteem RWA Scale .040.08 Altamira, 1998, 354 University of Manitoba. Undergraduates, Canada, same. Sample. SDO Scale .080.16 Altamira, 1998, 354 University of Manitoba. Undergraduates, Canada, same. Sample. Mean effect size .07 0.14 total, unique, Na 1558. Weighted mean effect size .09 0.17. 95% confidence interval .04.13. Note. See Scale Conservatism Scale, SDO Social Dominance Orientation, RWA Right-Wing Authoritarianism. When multiple tests were computed on the same sample, the sample was counted only once in the calculation of total, unique, N, mean effect sizes. Weighted and non-weighted, and overall significance levels. Multiple effect sizes drawn from the same sample were averaged prior to inclusion in calculations of overall average effect sizes. *p.10 *p.01 *p.001. All tests two-tailed, converted when necessary. 361 Conservatism as Motivated Social Cognition. Pulses and releases them to act out their fear-induced hostilities. p. 52. Consistent with the notion that conservatives perceive the world as generally threatening, Altamea, 1998, reported a relatively strong correlation of .49 between the perception of a dangerous world and RWA in a sample of 354 students from the University of Manitoba, Canada. Duckett, 2001, replicated this finding with several samples in New Zealand and South Africa, and he has also obtained weaker, but still significant, correlations between the perception of a dangerous world and SDO. To the extent that conservatives are more generally fearful than others, one might expect that they would also exhibit higher levels of neuroticism. But this does not generally seem to be the case, see Table 8. However, an inventive research program on the dream lives of liberals and conservatives in the United States found that Republicans reported 3 times as many nightmares as did Democrats. Bulkeley, 2001. This work, although speculative, suggests that fear, danger, threat, and aggression may figure more prominently in the unconscious motivations of conservatives than liberals. A clever pair of experimental studies conducted by Levine, Pollack, and Lodge, 1999, supports the utility of a motivated social cognitive perspective on political conservatism. Hypothesizing that right-wing authoritarians would be chronically sensitive to fear-related stimuli, these researchers used response latency measures to gauge high and low authoritarians' automatic vigilance for words that were pre-tested to be either high or low in threat and danger. In the first study, Levine and colleagues found that, compared with low authoritarians, high authoritarians responded faster in a lexical decision task to non-political but threat-ening stimuli, for example, cancer, snake, mugger, but not to non-threat-ening stimuli, for example, telescope, tree, canteen. In a second study, research participants were primed with words that could be interpreted as threat-related or not, for example, arms, and then exposed to target words that either completed, weapons, or failed to complete. Legs, the threatening prime-target association. Results indicated that high authoritarians responded marginally more quickly than low authoritarians to threatening word pairs but not to non-threat-ening word pairs, see Table 8. If, as it seems, conservatives are more susceptible to fear, it may help to explain why military defense spending and support for national security receive much stronger backing from conservative than liberal political leaders in the United States and elsewhere. Overall, our review of research, conducted in 5 different countries and involving 22 tests of the hypothesis, suggests that fear and threat are indeed related to political conservatism, weighted mean R.18, p.0001. The correlation is substantially higher if one omits the studies in which neuroticism was used as the measure of fear and threat, weighted mean R.30, p.0001. Pessimism, disgust, and contempt. George F. Will, 1998, joked that his gloomy temperament received its conservative warp from early and prolonged exposure to the Chicago Cubs, p21, a baseball team that has not won the pennant since 1945. Pessimism, he argued, is an essential characteristic of the conservative temperament, conservatives know the world is a dark and forbidding place where most new knowledge is false, most improvements are for the worse. Will, 1998, p. 21. Psychologists, too, have pondered differences between the left and right in terms of optimism, pessimism and other affective dimensions. Tompkins, 1963, 1965, 1987, 1995, for instance, proposed that left-wingers and right-wingers would resonate with different emotional experiences and that right-wingers would gravitate toward fear, anger, pessimism, disgust, and contempt. Consistent with Tompkins's theory, a study of political imagination conducted by Carlson and Brinker, 1987, demonstrated that people projected different emotions onto Republican and Democratic political candidates. Specifically, people associated conservative leaders with expressions of anger, contempt, and excitement, and they associated liberal leaders with shame, distress, and joy. However, these findings may have had more to do with political stereotypes than with actual effective differences between liberals and conservatives. In a study of emotional reactions to welfare recipients, Williams, 1984, found that people who were classified as conservatives on the basis of scores on Tompkins's 1964/1988 polarity scale expressed greater disgust and less sympathy than did their liberal counterparts. A study of high school students also indicated that political conservatives were less likely than liberals to describe themselves as sympathetic, and conservative boys, but not girls, were less likely to describe themselves as loving, tender and mellow. Eisenberg, Berg and Musson, 1980. In general, however, affective differences between the left and right are understudied relative to cognitive differences. To explain hypothesized or observed correlations between political conservatism and fear, anger, and other negative emotions, psychologists have typically, or stereotypically, pointed the finger at parenting styles and practices. The argument that parental punitiveness produces children who grow up to hold right-wing attitudes is an assumption that is shared by theories of authoritarianism. Adorno et al., 1950, Altemeyer, 1988, Ideo-affective polarity, Tompkins, 1963, 1965, 1995, Uncertainty avoidance, Wilson, 1973b, and Regulatory focus, Rohan and Zanna, 1998. Good research linking parental behavior to the political attitudes of their children is scant and insufficient, but see Peterson, Smirls, and Wentworth, 1997, for the obvious reason that it would require 20 or 30 years of continuous snooping to do it comprehensively. There are clear methodological shortcomings associated with retrospective self-report techniques and reliance on childhood memories, and even under the best of circumstances, there are limitations to drawing causal conclusions on the basis of correlational evidence. Nevertheless, Altemeyer, 1988, reported weak positive correlations between individuals' recall of parental anger and punishment strategies, on the one hand, and current RWA scores, on the other. Altemeyer, 1998, found that correlations between parents' RWA scores and those of their children are more substantial, hovering around 40, with neither parent being more influential than the other, p85. In an elaboration of Higgins's regulatory focus theory, Rohan and Zanna, 1998, argued that right-wing parents are more likely to be demanding and punitive in stressing instrumental concerns to have good manners and to be neat and clean, whereas egalitarian parents are more likely to use warmth in stressing values relating to being considerate of others. These differences in parenting styles may help to explain why right-wing parents are apparently less close to their children in comparison with more egalitarian parents. Rohan and Zanna, 1998, Sedanius and Ikehama, 1979. Regulatory focus theorists argue that conservatives prioritize Con. 362 Jost, Glaser, Kruglinski, and Sulloy. Table 8. Correlations between fear of threat or loss and political conservatism. Psychological variable, political variable. Pearson's R. Cohen's D. Source sample characteristic. Feeling that life is changing for the worse. See scale. 22 0.45 Nears, 1973, 214 adults, England. Neuroticism. See scale. 080.16 Nears, 1973, 214 adults, England, same sample. 030.06 Wilson, 1973 d. 97 student teachers aged 18-34. England. SDO scale. 020.04 Prato et al. 1994. Sample 7. 224 Stanford University. Undergraduates. 13.0.26 Prato et al. 1994. Sample 9. 97 San Jose State University. Undergraduates. 080.16 Prato et al. 1994. Sample 11. 100 Stanford University. Undergraduates. 21 0.43 Prato et al. 1994. Sample 12. 139 Stanford University. Undergraduates. Economic system. Justification. Scale. 020.04 Jost and Thomson. 2000. 395 University of Maryland. Undergraduates. RWA scale. 15 0.30 Peterson et al. 1997. Sample 1. 198 University of New Hampshire undergraduates. 090.18 Peterson et al. 1997. Sample 2. 157 parents of University of New Hampshire undergraduates. 20 0.41 Peterson and Lane. 2001. 69 University of New Hampshire. Senior undergraduates. Perception of a dangerous world. RWA scale. 49 1.12 Altamaya, 1998, 354 University of Manitoba. Undergraduates, Canada. 45 1.01 Duckett, 2001. Sample 2. 484 Auckland University. Students, New Zealand. 54 1.28 Ducat, 2001. Sample 3. 381 Auckland University. Students, New Zealand. 45 1.01 Ducat, 2001. Sample 4. 233 white Afrikaans students. South Africa. SDO scale .000.00 Altamaya, 1998, 354 University of Manitoba. Undergraduates, Canada. 15 0.30 Ducat, 2001. Sample 2. 484 Auckland University. Students, New Zealand. 21 0.43 Ducat, 2001. Sample 3. 381 Auckland University. Students, New Zealand. 29 0.61 Ducat, 2001. Sample 4. 233 white Afrikaans students. South Africa. Response latency to danger-related words. RWA scale. 26 0.54 Levine, Polycork, and Lodge, 1999. Sample 1. 94 State University of New York. At Stony Brook undergraduates. Primed response. Facilitation to threat. Related words. RWA scale. 17 B 0.35 Levine, Polycork, and Lodge, 1999. Sample 2. 91 State University of New York. At Stony Brook undergraduates. Persuasive impactive. Threatening messages. RWA scale. 30 C 0.63 Levine, Burgess, it. AL. 1999. 44 Voting eligible. Undergraduates, University of Minnesota. Mean effect size. 16 0.33 total, unique, ND 3371. Weighted mean effect size. 18 0.38. 95% confidence interval. 15.22. Note. See scale. Conservatism scale, SDO social dominance orientation, RWA right-wing authoritarianism. A Pearson's R was derived from the originally reported T statistic, T, 56, 1.98, p.05. Degrees of freedom are discrepant from the sample size reported in the table because the t-test involved a tertile split of the sample. B. Pearson's R was derived from the originally reported T statistic. T, 52, 1.28, p.10. Degrees of freedom are discrepant from the sample size reported in the table because the t-test involved a tertile split of the sample. C. Pearson's R was derived from the originally reported T statistic, T, 42, 2.03, p.05. D. When multiple tests were computed on the same sample, the sample was counted only once in the calculation of total, unique, N, mean effect sizes, weighted and non-weighted, and overall significance levels. Multiple effect sizes drawn from the same sample were averaged prior to inclusion in calculations of overall average effect sizes. Asterisk p.10. Asterisk p.05. Asterisk p.01. P.001. All tests two-tailed, converted when necessary. 363 Conservatism as motivated social cognition. Formality, tradition, and security, and that they are likely to be driven by Guides, Rohan and Zanna, 1998, and the desire to prevent negative outcomes, Crow and Higgins, 1997. It is noteworthy that discrepancies, i.e., prevention focus failures, have been related to anxiety and resentment anger, Strauman and Higgins, 1988, and these are largely the same emotional states that have been associated with political conservatism in other research programs, for example, Altemeyer, 1998, Carlson and Levi, 1970, Sales, 1972. 1973, Tompkins, 1963, 1965. Nevertheless, more research is needed before concluding that a. Political conservatives are more pessimistic or contemptuous than others, and b. Their negative emotions stem from experiences with parental aggression, fear and prevention of loss. The notion that political conservatives would be more sensitive than others to the threat of loss is inherent in theories of authoritarianism, for example, Adorno et al., 1950, Altemeyer, 1998, and fear of uncertainty, Wilson, 1973b, and it is highly consistent with Reg. Ulatory focus theory as well, for example, Crow and Higgins, 1997, Leiber, Mann et al., 1999. To the extent that conservatives are especially sensitive to the possibilities of loss, one reason why they wish to preserve the status quo, it follows that they should be generally more motivated by negatively framed outcomes, potential losses, than by positively framed outcomes, potential gains. This is consistent also with Tompkins's 1963, 1965, 1987, 1995 theory of ideo-affective polarity, insofar as pessimism is characteristic of right-wing personalities and optimism is characteristic of left-wing personalities. At least one study indicates that authoritarians are indeed more responsive to threatening or negatively framed persuasive messages than to positively framed messages. 5 days before the 1996 U.S. presidential election, Levine et al. 1999, presented high and low authoritarians, as classified on the basis of a short form of Altemeyer's 1998 RWA scale, with persuasive arguments that stressed either the potential rewards of voting, for example, a way to express and live in accordance with important values, or potential costs of not voting, for example, not voting allows others to take away your right to express your values. This team of researchers found that high authoritarians were moved significantly more by threatening messages than by reward messages, whereas low authoritarians were marginally more influenced by the reward message than the threat message. Furthermore, these persuasive effects were found to carry over into behavioral intentions and actual voting behaviors. Research on regulatory focus theory suggests that framing events in terms of potential losses rather than gains leads people to adopt cognitively conservative, as opposed to innovative, orientations. Crow and Higgins, 1997, Lieberman et al., 1999. for in Stance, Crow and Higgins, 1997, used framing manipulations, by stressing losses rather than gains, to evoke a prevention versus promotion focus, which was found to be associated with relatively low cognitive complexity, high mental rigidity, a narrowing of decision-making alternatives, and conservative and repetitive response styles, as well as with inabilities to complete multifaceted tasks and to rebound from failure. Lieberman et al. 1999, found that individuals in a prevention focus, whether assessed as an individual difference dimension or induced situationally through framing manipulations, were less inclined to switch to a new substitute task and more likely to return to an old, interrupted task. Furthermore, individuals in a prevention focus, but not those in a promotion focus, exhibited the endowment effect which captures the reluctance to exchange previously acquired objects for others of equal or better value. In general, research indicates that a prevention orientation, which focuses on potential threats and losses, does facilitate cognitive conservatism, but the extension to politically conservative attitudinal contents has yet to be demonstrated conclusively. Future research would do well to address this lacuna. Fear of death. A relatively straightforward implication of theories of uncertainty avoidance, Wilson, 1973b, and especially theories of terror management, Greenberg et al., 1990, 1992, is that the salience of one's own mortality should increase ideological defensiveness in general and perhaps ideological conservatism in particular. High-profile terrorist attacks such as those of the 11th of September, 2001, might simultaneously increase the cognitive accessibility of death and the appeal of political conservatism. Consistent with this notion is the correlation of .54 between scores on a fear of death scale and scores on the C scale obtained by Wilson, 1973d, see Table 9. The most thorough, programmatic research to assess the effects of mortality salience on social and political attitudes has been carried out by Greenberg, Pyszczynski, Solomon, and their associates. By leading experimental research participants to anticipate the cognitive and affective experience of death, for example, Rosenblatt et al. 1989, they have demonstrated that mortality salience leads people to defend culturally valued norms and practices to a stronger degree, Greenberg et al., 1990, 1995, and to distance themselves from, and even to derogate, out-group members to a greater extent. Harmon Jones, Greenberg, Solomon, and Simon, 1996, McGregor et al., 2001. In addition, the fear of death has been linked to system-justifying forms of stereotyping and enhanced liking for stereotype-consistent women and minority group members. Schimmel et al., 1999. Mortality salience has also been shown to evoke greater punitiveness, and even aggression, toward those who violate cultural values. In one especially memorable study with relevance for political conservatism, Rosenblatt et al., 1989, municipal judges were found to set significantly higher bond assessments for prostitutes following a mortality salience manipulation, $455, as compared with a control condition, $50. Although much more research is needed on a wider set of political variables, it is conceivable that political conservatives' heightened affinities for tradition, law and order, and strict forms of parental and legal punishment, including the death penalty, are partially related to feelings of fear and threat, including fear and threat arising from chronic, or situational, mortality salience. Although we found only 8 relatively clear-cut tests of the mortality salience political conservatism hypothesis, see Table 9, and 7 of these tests involved reactions to criminals, the mean weighted effect size was very strong, R.50, P.0001. In addition to a general main effect trend for mortality salience, to lead people to embrace attitudes and behaviors that are generally associated with conservative and right-wing ideological positions. For example, Adorno et al., 1950, Altmaier, 1998, Peterson et al., 1993. There is some evidence in the terror management literature that political ideology and mortality salience interact with one another. A study by Greenberg et al. 1990, Study 2, for instance, found 364 Jost, Glaser, Kruglinski, and Sulloy that mortality salience led high authoritarians to derogate someone who was dissimilar to them, but it did not have this effect on low authoritarians. In another study by Greenberg et al. 1992, Study 1, Mortality Salience Enhanced Political Intolerance Among Conservatives, but it enhanced political tolerance among liberals. Presumably because tolerance is an important attribute of the cultural worldview for the latter but not the former group. As with theories of epistemic motivation and regulatory focus, we argue that needs for terror management are broad enough to be satisfied by a wide variety of attitudinal contents, see also Deshizn et al. 2000, but there seems to be a better match between the contents of politically conservative attitudes and the general underlying motive than is the case with liberal or moderate attitudes. Threat to the stability of the social system. Although most contemporary research on authoritarianism addresses individual differences in social and political attitudes, the notion that system-level threats, as well as threats to one's self-concept, increase authoritarianism is part of the original theory. For example, Adorno et al., 1950, from 1941, Reek, 1946/1970, Sun. Ford, 1966. For example, Reek, 1946/1970, p. 13, observed that as the German economy fell precipitously between 1929 and 1932, the number of votes for the Nazi Party rose from 800,000 to 17 million. History suggests that people do not always move to the political right under conditions of crisis. In the United States, the same economic depression resulted in a significant left-wing movement led by Franklin D. Roosevelt. Nevertheless, the possibility remains that a threat to the stability of the social system, such as that felt in the aftermath of the 11th of September, 2001, may increase right-wing conservatism, at least under certain circumstances. 11. This possibility is suggested by the theory of uncertainty avoidance, Wilson, 1973b, and by the theory of system justification, which hypothesizes that, a. there is an ideological motivation to defend the existing social system against instability, threat, and attack, and b. this motivation is stronger among proponents of right-wing than of left-wing ideology. Jost et al., 2001. There is by now substantial archival research suggesting that during times of societal crisis, people are more likely to turn to authoritarian leaders and institutions for security, stability, and structure, for example, Doty, Peterson, and Winter, 1991, McCann, 1997. Peterson et al., 1993, Rickert, 1998, Sales, 1972, 1973. Sales, 1972, for instance, found that during periods of severe economic threat, the Depression years of 1930–1939, people were more likely to join authoritarian churches, such as Southern Baptist and Seventh-day Adventist, and less likely to join non-authoritarian churches, such as Northern Baptist and Episcopalian, compared with periods of relative prosperity, 1920–1930. Similarly, years of heavy unemployment in Seattle, Washington, 1961, 1964, 1969, and 1970, were accompanied by higher than usual conversion rates there for an authoritarian church, Roman Catholic, and lower than usual conversion rates for a non-authoritarian church, United Presbyterian, whereas relatively good economic years in Seattle, 1962, 1965, and 1966, coincided with lower than 11 in the aftermath of the attacks of the 11th of September, 2001. The New York Times has reported significant increases in right-wing populism in the following countries, among others: Belgium, Holland, France, Switzerland, Norway, Denmark, and Portugal. Cowell, 2002, Gordon, 2002, Jutt, 2002. Krugman, 2002. Conservative or right-wing parties were already on the rise in Italy, Austria, and the United States. Table 9. Correlations between mortality salience and political conservatism. Psychological variable, political variable. Pearson's R. Cohen's D. Source sample characteristic. Fear of death, general conservatism. Scale. 54 ** 1.28 Nash, 1972, cited in Wilson, 1973 d. 74 California State University undergraduates. Mortality salience bond setting for prostitutes. 44 * 0.97 Rosenblatt et al. 1989, Sample 1. 22 Municipal Court Judges, USA. 40 * B 0.87 Rosenblatt et al. 1989, Sample 2. 78 undergraduates, USA. 65 * C 1.71 Rosenblatt et al. 1989, Sample 3. 32 undergraduates, USA. 77 * D 2.41 Rosenblatt et al. 1989, Sample 4. 83 undergraduates, USA. 45 * E 1.01 Rosenblatt et al. 1989, Sample 5. 36 undergraduates, USA. 56 asterisk 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 F 1.35 Rosenblatt et al. 1989, Sample 6. 34 Undergraduates, USA. Severity of punishment for criminals. 23 asterisk asterisk G 0.46 Florian et al. 2001, 120 undergraduates from Bar-Ilan University, Israel. Mean effect size. 52 asterisk 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 1.26 total, unique, N 479. Weighted mean effect size. 50 asterisk 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 1.20. 95% confidence interval. 43, 57. A Pearson's R was derived from the originally reported F statistic, F, 1, 20, 4.70, p.05. B. Pearson's R was derived from the originally reported F statistic, F, 1, 47, 8.77, p.003. C. Pearson's R was derived from the originally reported F statistic, F, 1, 31, 23.12, p.0001. D. Pearson's R was derived from the originally reported F statistic, F, 1, 79, 116.54, p.0001. E. Pearson's R was derived from the originally reported T statistic, T, 34, 2.94, p.01. F. Pearson's R was derived from the originally reported F statistic, F, 1, 32, 14.98, p.0005. G. Pearson's R was derived from the originally reported F statistic, F, 1, 116, 6.23, p.05. Asterisk p.05. Asterisk asterisk p.01. Asterisk 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 p.001. All tests two-tailed, converted when necessary. 365 Conservatism as Motivated Social Cognition. Usual conversion rates for the Roman Catholic Church and higher than usual conversion rates for the United Presbyterian Church. 12. Sales, 1973, reviewed disparate evidence in support of the general hypothesis that poor economic conditions in society are associated with social and cultural trends that emphasize authoritarian themes of power, toughness, cynicism, superstition, submission, and aggression. For instance, he provided evidence that literary and popular culture themes during the 1930s were significantly more conservative and authoritarian than during the 1920s. He also found that budgets in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and New York City allocated more money to their police departments relative to their fire departments in the 1930s than in the 1920s. Despite the fact that crime fell during this time period. Doty et al. 1991, failed to replicate these differences in budgetary priorities. When comparing a different, high-threat period in the United States, 1978-1982, with a low-threat period, 1983-1987. However, when they investigated re-election bids for highly liberal and conservative incumbents in the U.S. House of Representatives, they found that conservatives lost 2.4 percentage points and liberals gained 7.8 percentage points from the high threat to the low threat period. This supported the threat conservatism hypothesis, see Table 10. McCann, 1997, recruited history professors to rate all of the U.S. presidential election years between 1788 and 1992 on the degree to which the social, economic, and political circumstances of that period were threatening to the American established order. Results indicated that during system-threatening times, presidential candidates who were rated as high on power motivation, forcefulness, and strength were elected by larger margins of victory than during non-threatening times. 9 tests of the hypothesis, all conducted with data from the United States but from different historical time periods, we found reasonably strong support for the notion that threats to the stability of the social system increase politically conservative choices, decisions, and judgments. Weighted mean R.47, p.0001. As Huntington, 1957, wrote, when the foundations of society are threatened, the conservative ideology reminds men of the necessity of some institutions and desirability of the existing ones. pp. 464-61. Summary. Our review of the evidence indicates that there is consistent and relatively strong support for the general hypothesis that a specific set of social cognitive motives are significantly related to political conservatism. Almost all of our specific hypotheses were corroborated. Effect sizes with absolute values of weighted mean RS ranging from 18 to 27 were obtained for variables of uncertainty, avoidance, integrative complexity, needs for order, structure, and closure, and fear of threat in general. Stronger effect sizes were observed for dogmatism, intolerance of ambiguity, openness to experience, mortality salience, and system instability, with weighted mean RS ranging from 32 to 50. On the basis of this evidence, we conclude that a set of interrelated epistemic, existential, and ideological motives successfully predict the holding of politically conservative attitudes. As illustrated in Figure 1, how people respond to threatening environmental stimuli, such as fear and uncertainty, plays a significant role in the development and expression of political beliefs concerning resistance to change, inequality, and other core aspects of conservative ideology. Concluding remarks. We have argued that several specific motives relating to the management of fear and uncertainty are associated with the ideology of political conservatism. Our analysis in terms of motivated social cognition helps both to integrate seemingly unrelated hypotheses derived from the literature on personality and individual differences and social psychology and to expand on these hypotheses to further understand the role of situational factors in the vicissitudes of conservatism. By reviewing the results from many different studies aggregated across various behavioral domains and contexts, we found that a moderate to strong relationship does exist between an interrelated set of epistemic, existential, and ideological motives and the expression of political conservatism. In concluding, we consider issues that are deserving of future empirical attention and summarize what we have learned by viewing political conservatism through a motivated social cognitive lens. A plea for future research. One of the most promising implications of treating political conservatism as a specific manifestation of motivated social cognition is a theoretical and practical focus on situational determinism. Nance. This is because explanations in social cognition tend to emphasize the temporary accessibility of certain attitudes, beliefs, goals, and motives and their perceived applicability to the immediate situation. For example, Bargsch and Gollwitzer, 1994, Higgins, 1996. Kruglinski, 1989. We have reviewed existing evidence concerning the effects of situationally induced threats on conservative political outcomes, but much more of interest remains to be done. Our hope is that, by underscoring the cognitive motivational basis of political conservatism, future research will at long last address a wider range of social situations and conditions that give rise and momentum to conservative attitudes, thoughts, behaviors, and even social movements. Although the evidence concerning the effects of threat on conservative ideology is highly instructive, other situational predictors of conservative attitudes and responses are still relatively studied in the psychology of conservatism. Because conservatism often takes the form of a social movement that is shared by large groups of people in particular historical periods, for example, Diamond, 1995, Habermas, 1989, Kolko, 1963, Lyons and Boulay, 1996, it may be thought of as a social norm that emerges under certain social and political circumstances. Our review indicates that too many psychological accounts of conservatism in the past have treated it solely as a dispositional orientation and not as a situational reaction, although it is true that the disposition is often hypothesized to develop in response to certain social and family situations in childhood. For example, Adorno et al., 1950, Altmaier, 1981. 1988, Sears, 1983, Sulloway, 1996, Tompkins, 1995. For the sake of understanding the nature of ideology, we hope future studies are 12. We see this research as generally supporting John Lennon's 1970 famous observation that God is a concept by which we measure our pain. Track 10. Insofar as people embrace different religious conceptions as a function of the degree of adversity and threat they experience. 366 Jost, Glaser, Kruglinski, and Sulloway. As successful at documenting the temporary accessibility of right-wing attitudes as studies of individual differences have been at documenting the chronic accessibility of such orientations and their correlates. Consistent with these goals, we note that there is a strong need to go beyond purely correlational research designs, which limited the validity of the earlier personality research on authoritarianism, dogmatism, and the origins of political ideology and contributed to its eventual obscurity. See W. F. Stone et al., 1993. Thus far, the strongest experimental evidence bearing on the possibility of manipulating conservative tendencies probably comes from the mortality salience paradigm used by terror management theorists. Priming thoughts of death has been shown to increase intolerance, outgroup derogation, punitive aggression, veneration of authority figures, and system justification. Florian et al., 2001, Greenberg et al., 1990, 1995, McGregor et al., 2001, Rosenblatt et al., 1989. Schiemel et al., 1999, Van den Bos and Miedema, 2000. Other Archival and experimental evidence suggests that social and economic threats increase authoritarian and right-wing responding. For example, Doty et al., 1991, Jost, 1996, McCann, 1997, Reek, 1946/1970, Sales, 1972, 1973, Sales and Friend, 1973. Experimental paradigms developed in studies of the need for cognitive closure, prevention versus promotion, regulatory focus, and system justify. Cation are also highly promising candidates for use in future research on situational variation in conservatism. The next generation of researchers should also strive, whenever possible, to include more direct measures of epistemic, existential, and ideological motives. All of the motives we have reviewed are theoretically related to one or both of two core dimensions of conservative thought. Table 10. Correlations between system instability and political conservatism. Psychological variable, political variable. Pearson's R. Cohen's D. Source sample characteristic. Economic threat conversion to authoritarian churches. 49 * 1.12 Sales, 1972, 6,887 adults joining 4 churches between 1920. 1939, USA. Conversion to non-authoritarian churches. 44 * AB 0.98 Sales, 1972, 3,601 adults joining 4 churches between 1920. 1939, USA. City budget for police versus fire departments. 51 * C 1.19 Sales, 1973. Study 1. Annual Pittsburgh City Budget. For 20 years, 1920-1939. 77 * D 2.41 Sales, 1973. Study 1. Annual New York City budget for 20 years, 1920. 1939. Societal threat, late 1960s, city budget for police versus fire departments. 92 * E 4.69 Sales, 1973. Study 2. State and local budget expenditures, 1967-1969 versus 1959-1964, USA. 78 * F 2.49 Sales, 1973. Study 2. City government expenditures. 1967-1969 versus 1959. 1964, USA. Victory margins for conservative versus liberal incumbents. 29 * G 0.61 Doty et al. 1991, H. 60 incumbent candidates. House of Representatives. USA. Social, economic, and political threat. Power, forcefulness, and strength of winning presidential candidate. 40 * I 0.87 McCann, 1997, 33 winning presidential candidates, 1824-1964. USA. Presidential strength. Conservatism. 49 **J 1.12 McCann, 1997, 33 winning presidential candidates, 1824–1964. USA, same sample. Mean effect size. 64 ** 1.81 total, unique, NK 10,639. Approximate, includes people and years. Weighted mean effect size. 47 ** 1.08. 95% confidence interval. 46, 49. A correlations are unweighted means aggregated across several different churches. B. The sign on this correlation has been reversed in the calculation of mean effect sizes so that it is theoretically meaningful. Positive correlations reflect a positive relation between threat and conservatism. C. Pearson's R was derived from the originally reported F statistic, F1, 18, 6.18, p.05. D. Pearson's R was derived from the originally reported F statistic, F1, 18, 26.47, p.001. E. Pearson's R was derived from the originally reported F statistic, F1, 7, 37.17, p.001. F. Pearson's R was derived from the originally reported F statistic, F1, 7, 10.64, p.025. G. Pearson's R was derived from the originally reported T statistic, T, 58, 2.33, p.05. H. Doty et al. 1991, also attempted to replicate Sales's 1973 analyses regarding police and fire department budgets, but reported only that there was no trend with a categorical analysis, without providing significance levels. They did, however, report a 72 year-by-year correlation with their threat index, but express concerns about the validity of such an analytic approach. I. Pearson's R was derived from the originally reported F statistic, F1, 29, 5.66, p.05. J. Pearson's R was derived from the originally reported F statistic, F1, 29, 9.13, p.01. K. When multiple tests were computed on the same sample, the sample was counted only once in the calculation of total, unique, N, mean effect sizes, weighted and non-weighted, and overall significance levels. Multiple effect sizes drawn from the same sample were averaged prior to inclusion in calculations of overall average effect sizes. *p.05 *p.01 *p.001. All tests two-tailed, converted when necessary. 367 Conservatism as motivated social cognition. Namely, resistance to change and support for inequality. The quest for certainty and ideological stability, we have argued, is linked to the goal of resisting social and political change, for example, Wilson. 1973 c. Motives pertaining to fear and threat, by comparison, are more likely to be associated with ideological support for inequality, insofar as it justifies the striving for security and dominance in social hierarchies, for example, see Danius and Prato, 1999. These are theoretical points that await direct empirical confrontation, especially as regards the direction of causality. Do psychological motives cause the adoption of specific ideological beliefs concerning Assistance to change and support for inequality, or do these ideological commitments carry with them psychological consequences, or both? Our review has presented consistent correlational evidence linking the psychological and the political, and our integrated theoretical framework has identified plausible interpretations of these data, but direct causal investigations are needed in the future to substantiate the particulars of our theoretical perspective. Finally, it is also important that subsequent research reflect a wide range of political ideologies and broadly representative samples so that it does not merely address the ideological life of college students. See Sears, 1986, Whitley and Lee, 2000. On one hand, political ideology probably has greater consistency and meaning for college-educated respondents. On the other, the ideological contents of political conservatism, and its opposites, may be different in a predominantly liberal environment such as a college campus compared with other contexts. Such locations may prove useful in future studies of social and cognitive motives associated with political liberalism, which we would also encourage. Although we have made a special effort to include non-student samples in our review, 2/3 of the studies we reviewed were conducted with university students. The use of non-representative samples stymied research progress on the authoritarian personality. For many years, for example, Hyman and Sheasley, 1954, until it was revived by Altemeyer, 1981, 1988, 1996, 1998. It is essential that contemporary researchers of political conservatism not make the same mistake. The trend to investigate ideological opinions and right-wing tendencies in a wide variety of national contexts is one that we hope continues. For example, Fay and Faz, 2000, Fibert and Ressler, 1998. Golek, 2001, Hamilton, Sanders, and McConney, 1995, Jost et al. 2001, Kemelmeyer, 1997, Mercer and Cairns, 1981, Sedanius. 1984, 1985, Sedanius and Ikehammer, 1979. We reviewed research. Figure 1. An integrative model of political conservatism as motivated social cognition. 368 Jost, Glaser, Kruglinski, and Sulloy. Conducted in 12 different countries: the United States, Canada, England, Scotland, Sweden, Italy, Germany, Poland, Israel, AUS, Australia, New Zealand, and South Africa. Thus, the conclusions we have reached possess a considerable degree of cultural generalizability. Nevertheless, future research, especially if conducted in traditionally socialist or communist societies in which adherence to the status quo is unconfounded with right-wing ideological orientation, would add significantly to knowledge about political conservatism as motivated social cognition. Our conviction is that important and groundbreaking advances await any researcher who is willing and able to conduct causal, experimental studies on the personal and situational determinants of conservative ideological responses in research samples that are representative and culturally diverse. We hope the present article serves as a stimulus for renewed, methodologically sophisticated attention to the Logical basis of political conservatism. What have we learned? Understanding the psychological underpinnings of conservatism has for centuries posed a challenge for historians, philosophers, and social scientists. By now, hundreds of empirical investigations have been carried out worldwide, and at least 3 types of theories have been offered to explicate the psychological basis of conservative and right-wing ideologies. Our contribution here has been to review and summarize this work and to integrate it within the ambitious and broad framework of motivated social cognition. See Figure 1. In doing so, we have drawn a number of conclusions, which should be made explicit in order to better understand the various ways in which political conservatism may be thought of as a form of motivated social cognition. An important conclusion that follows from our analysis is that political attitudes and beliefs possess a strong motivational basis. For example, Duckett, 2001, Dunning, 1999, Fiske and Taylor, 1991. Kruglinski, 1996, Kunda, 1990. Conservative ideologies, like virtually all other belief systems, are adopted in part because they satisfy various psychological needs. To say that ideological belief systems have a strong motivational basis is not to say that they are unprincipled, unwarranted, or unresponsive to reason or evidence. Although the partial causes of ideological beliefs may be motivational, the reasons and rationalizations whereby individuals justify those beliefs to themselves and others are assessed according to informational criteria. Kruglinski, 1989, 1999. Many different theoretical accounts of conservatism over the past 50 years have stressed motivational underpinnings, but they have identified different needs as critical. Our review brings these diverse accounts together for the first time. Variables significantly associated with conservatism, we now know, include fear and aggression. Adorno et al., 1950, Altemeyer, 1998, Levine et al., 1999, Dogmatism and Intolerance of Ambiguity, Fibert and Ressler. 1998, Frenkel Brunswick, 1948, Rokiach, 1960, Sedanius, 1978. Uncertainty Avoidance, McGregor et al., 2001, Sorrentino and Roney, 1986, Wilson, 1973b, Need for Cognitive Closure, Golek. 2001, Jost et al., 1999, Kemelmeyer, 1997, Kruglinski and Webb. Stier, 1996, Personal Need for Structure, Altemeyer, 1998, Scala et al., 1995, Smith and Gordon, 1998, Terror Management. Duchesne et al., 2000, Greenberg et al., 1990, 1992, Wilson. 1973d, Group-Based Dominance, Prato et al., 1994, Sedanius. 1993, Sedanius and Prato, 1999, and System Justification, Jost and Banerjee, 1994, Jost et al., 2001, Jost and Thompson, 2000. From our perspective, these psychological factors are capable of contributing to the adoption of conservative ideological contents, either independently or in combination. The socially constructed nature of human belief systems, c. Jost and Kruglinski, 2002, makes it unlikely that a complete explanation of conservative ideology could ever be provided in terms of a single motivational syndrome. Ideologies, like other social representations, may be thought of as possessing a core and a periphery, a brick, 2001, and each may be fueled by separate motivational concerns. The most that can be expected of a general psychological analysis is for it to partially explain the core of political conservatism, because the peripheral aspects are by definition highly protean and driven by historically changing, local contexts. We regard political conservatism as an ideological belief system that is significantly, but not completely, related to motivational concerns having to do with the psychological management of uncertainty and fear. Specifically, the avoidance of uncertainty and the striving for certainty may be particularly tied to one core dimension of conservative thought: resistance to change. Wilson, 1973 c. Similarly, concerns with fear and threat may be linked to the second core dimension of conservatism: endorsement of inequality. See Danius and Prato, 1999. Although resistance to change and support for inequality are conceptually distinguishable, we have argued that they are psychologically interrelated, in part because motives pertaining to uncertainty and threat are interrelated. For example, Dushesnit al. 2000, McGregor et al. 2001, Van den Bos and Miedema, 2000. In conclusion, our comprehensive review integrates several decades of research having to do with the psychological basis of political conservatism. Most of what is known about the psychology of conservatism fits exceedingly well with theories of motivated social cognition. The integrative framework developed here has implications for resolving historically controversial issues, and we have argued that it has great generative potential for guiding future work on the subject of conservatism. By attending to the multiple, potentially reinforcing influences of epistemic, existential, and ideological motivations involved in political conservatism, we hope that future research strengthens understanding of belief systems in general. It should also shed light on the nature of relations between the micro and the macro, that is, on the reciprocal dynamics between the needs of individual and group actors on one hand and the complex characteristics of social and political systems, institutions, and organizations on the other. References marked with an asterisk indicate studies included in the meta-analysis. Abelson, R.P. 1995. Attitude Extremity. In R. E. Petty and J. Akrosnik. eds, Attitude Strength, Antecedents and Consequences, pp 25-41. Mahua, N.J., Elbaum. Abelson, R.P., and Prentice, D.O. 1989. Beliefs as Possessions, A Functional Perspective. In A. R. Pratkanis, S.J. Breckler, and A. G. Greenwald, eds, Attitude Structure and Function, pp 361-381. Hill. Sdale, N.J., Elbaum. Abrick, J.C. 2001. A Structural Approach to Social Representations. In K. D.O. and G. Philogin, eds, Representations of the Social, pp 42-47. Oxford, Blackwell. Adorno, T.W., Frenkel Brunswick, E., Levinson, D.J., and Sanford, R.N. 1950. The Authoritarian Personality. New York, Harper. 369. Conservatism as Motivated Social Cognition. Alexander, I.E. 1995. Ideology as Part of the Tompkins Legacy. In E.V. Demos, ed., Exploring Affect, The Selected Writings of Sylvan S. Tompkins, pp 101167. Cambridge, England, Cambridge University Press. Altamira, R. 1981. Right-Wing Authoritarianism. Winnipeg, Manny. Toba, Canada, University of Manitoba Press. Altamira, R. 1988. Enemies of Freedom, Understanding Right-Wing Authoritarianism. San Francisco, Josabase. Altamira, R. 1996. The Authoritarian Spectre. Cambridge, Ma. Harvard University Press. Altamira, R. 1998. The Other Authoritarian Personality. In M.P. Zanna, ed., Advances in Experimental Social Psychology, Volume 30, pp. 4791. New York, Academic Press. Anderson, B., Zuldich, M., Jr., Takagi, P., and Whiteside, D. 1965. On Conservative Attitudes. Acta Sociologica, 8, 189203. Arndt, J., Greenberg, J., Solomon, S., Pieszczynski, T., and Simon, L. 1997. Suppression, Accessibility of Death-Related Thoughts, and Cultural World View Defense, Exploring the Psychodynamics of Worldview Defense. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 73 518. Aronson, E., and Mills, J. 1959. The Effect of Severity of Initiation on Liking for a Group. Journal of Abnormal and Social Psychology, 59, 177181. Asteriskatiet, J.M., Brief, A.P., and Vollrath, D.A. 1987. The Protestant Work. Ethic Conservatism Paradox, Beliefs and Values in Work and Life. Personality and Individual Differences, 8, 577580. Bagley, C., Wilson, G.D., and Boshier, R. 1970. The Conservatism Scale. A factor-structure comparison of English, Dutch, and New Zealand. Samples. Journal of Social Psychology, 81, 267268. Burra, H.M., and Chadwick, B.A. 1974. Conservatism, Racial Intolerance, and Attitudes Toward Racial Assimilation Among Whites and American Indians. Journal of Social Psychology, 94,4556. Bach, J.A., and Gollwitzer, P.M. 1994. Environmental Control of Goal. Directed Action, Automatic and Strategic Contingencies Between Situations and Behavior. In W. Spalding, ed., Nebraska Symposium on Motivation, Volume 41. Integrative Views of Motivation, Cognition, and Emotion, pp 71-124. Lincoln, University of Nebraska Press. Barker, E.N. 1963. Authoritarianism of the Political Right, Center, and Left. Journal of Social Issues, 1963-74. Becker, E. 1973. The Denial of Death. New York, Free Press. Billig, M. 1984. Political Ideology, Social Psychological Aspects. In H. Tajfel, ed., The Social Dimension, Volume 2, pp. 446470. Cambridge, England, Cambridge University Press. Burt, R. 1993. Personality and Foreign Policy, The Case of Stalin. Political Psychology, 14, 607625. Block, J., and Block, J. 1950. Intolerance of Ambiguity and Ethnocentrism. Journal of Personality, 19, 303311. Bobbio, N. 1996. Left and Right. Cambridge, England, Polity Press. *Boschia, R. 1969. The Relationship Between Self-Concept and Conservatism. Journal of Social Psychology, 33, 139141. Brown, R. 1965. Social Psychology. New York, Free Press. Bruner, J.S. 1957. On Perceptual Readiness. Psychological Review, 64. 123152. Budner, S. 1962. Intolerance of Ambiguity as a Personality Variable. Journal of Personality, 302959. Bulkeley, K. 2001, July. Dreams and Politics. Paper presented at the Annual Meeting of the Association for the Study of Dreams, Santa Cruz. C.A. Bullock, O. 1993. Hitler and Stalin, Parallel Lives. New York, Vintage Books. Cacioppo, J.T., and Petty, R.E. 1982. The Need for Cognition. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 42, 116131. Carlson, R., and Brinker, J. 1987. Studies in Script Theory, 3. Ideology and Political Imagination. Political Psychology, 8, 563574. Carlson, R., and Levi, N. 1970. Self, Values, and Effects, Derivations from Tompkins Polarity Theory. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology. 16, 338345. Carmines, E.G., and Berkman, M. 1994. Ethos, Ideology, and Partisanship. Exploring the Paradox of Conservative Democrats. Political Behavior. 16, 203218. Centers, R. 1949. The Psychology of Social Classes. Princeton, N.J., Prince. Tun University Press. Chiarumbolo, O. 2002. The Relationship Between Need for Cognitive Closure and Political Orientation, the Mediating Role of Authoritarianism. Personality and Individual Differences, 32, 603610. Christie, R. 1954. Authoritarianism Re-Examined. In R. Christie and M. Jahoda, eds. Studies in the Scope and Method of the Authoritarian Personality, pp. 123196. Glencoe, I.L., Free Press. Christie, R. 1956. Isn's Treatment of the Personality of Communists. Psychological Bulletin, 53, 411430. Christie, R. 1991. Authoritarianism and Related Constructs. In J. P. Robb. Inson, P. R. Shaver, and L. S. Reitzman, eds, Measures of Personality and Social Psychological Attitudes, pp. 501571. San Diego, CA, AC. Academic Press. Conover, P.J., and Feldman, S. 1981. The Origins and Meaning of Liberal / Conservative Self-Identification. American Journal of Political Science. 25, 617645. Converse, P.E. 1964. The Nature of Belief Systems in Mass Publics. In D. Apter, ed., Ideology and Discontent. New York, Free Press. Cooper, H. 1998. Synthesizing Research, 3rd ed. Thousand Oaks, CA. Sage. Costa, P.T., and Macrae, R. 1985. The Neo-Personality Inventory. Manual. Odessa, F.L., Psychological Assessment Resources. Cowell, A. 2002, the 18th of May. Europe is rubbing its eyes at the ascent of the right. The New York Times p.3. Crow, E., and Higgins, E.T. 1997. Regulatory Focus and Strategic Nations, Promotion and Prevention in Decision-Making. Organizational Behavior and Human Decision Processes, 69, 117132. Danagilis, N.L., and Cutler, S.J. 1991. Cohort Trends in Attitudes About Law and Order, Who's Leading the Conservative Wave? Public Opinion Qua. Taylor, 55,2449. Deschisne, M., Johnson, J., and Van Nippenberg, A. 2000. Derogation and Distancing as Terror Management Strategies, the Moderating Role of Need. Foreclosure and Permeability of Group Boundaries. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 79, 923932. De Saint-Aubin, E. 1996. Personal Ideology Polarity, its Emotional Foundation and its Manifestation in Individual Value Systems, Religiosity, Political Orientation, and Assumptions Concerning Human Nature. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 71, 152165. Diamond, S. 1995. Roads to Dominion, Right-Wing Movements and Political Power in the United States. New York, Guilford Press. Ditz, J.E. 1961. Impulsive Closure as a Reaction to Failure-Induced Threat. Journal of Abnormal and Social Psychology, 63, 562569. Ditto, P.H., and Lopez, D.F. 1992. Motivated Skepticism, Use of Differential Decision Criteria for Preferred and Non-Preferred Conclusions. J. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 63, 568584. Doty, R.M., Peterson, B.E., and Winter, D.G. 1991. Threat and Authoritarianism in the United States, 1978-1987. Journal of Personal IT and Social Psychology, 61, 629640. Duckett, J. 2001. A Dual-Process Cognitive Motivational Theory of Ideology and Prejudice. Advances in Experimental Social Psychology, 33. 41113. Dunning, D. 1999. A Newer Look, Motivated Social Cognition and the Schematic Representation of Social Concepts. Psychological Inquiry, 10. 111. Derime, K. 1997. Theoretical Conundrum, The Politics and Science of the Rising Authoritarian Cognition. Political Psychology, 18, 625656. Eagleton, T. 1991. Ideology, An Introduction. New York, Verso. Eckhart, W. 1991. Authoritarianism. Political Psychology, 12,97-121. Eckhart, W., and Alcock, N.Z. 1970. Ideology and Personality in War / Peace Attitudes. Journal of Social Psychology, 81, 105116. Eisenberg, Berg, N., and Musson, P. 1980. Personality Correlates of Socio. 370. Jost, Glaser, Kruglinski, and Sullivan. Political Liberalism and Conservatism in Adolescence. Journal of Genetic Psychology, 137, 165177. Ellis, S., and Kruglinski, A. W. 1992. Self as Epistemic Authority, Effects on Experimental and Instructional Learning. Social Cognition, 10, 357. 375. Elms, A. C. 1969. Psychological Factors in Right-Wing Extremism. In Arasko-Enberger, ed., The American Right Wing, pp. 143163. New York, Holt, Reinhardt, and Winston. Isenk, H.J. 1954. The Psychology of Politics. London, Routledge and Kegan Paul. Isenk, H.J., and Wilson, G.D. eds. 1978. The Psychological Basis of Ideology. Lancaster, England, MTP Press. Fay, D., and Faz, M. 2000. Conservatives' Approach to Work, Less Prepared for Future Work Demands. Journal of Applied Social Psychology. Ogie, 30, 171195. Feather, N.T. 1969. Preference for Information in Relation to Consistency. Novelty, Intolerance of Ambiguity and Dogmatism. Australian Journal of Psychology, 31, 235249. Feather, N.T. 1979. Value Correlates of Conservatism. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 37, 1617 1630. Feather, N.T. 1984. Protestant Ethic, Conservatism, and Values. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 46, 1132 1141. Fain, S., and Spencer, S.J. 1997. Prejudice as Self-Image Maintenance. Affirming the self through negative evaluations of others. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 73,3144. Festinger, L. 1957. A Theory of Cognitive Dissonance. Evanston, I.L., Rowe. Peterson. Fibert, Z., and Ressler, W.H. 1998. Intolerance of Ambiguity and Political Orientation Among Israeli University Students. Journal of Social Psychology. Ogi, 138,3340. Fisk, S.T., and Taylor, S.E. 1991. Social Cognition, 2nd ed. New York. McGraw-Hill. Florian, V., Mikulinsa, M., and Hirschberger, G. 2001. An Existentialist View on Mortality, Salience Effects, Personal Hardiness, Death Thought, Accessibility, and Cultural Worldview Defenses. British Journal of Social Psychology, 40, 437453. Frenkel Brunswick, E. 1948. Tolerance toward Ambiguity as a Personality Variable, Abstract. American Psychologist, 3, 268. Frenkel Brunswick, E. 1949. Intolerance of Ambiguity as an Emotional Perceptual Personality Variable. Journal of Personality, 18, 108143. Frenkel Brunswick, E. 1951. Personality Theory and Perception. In A. Blake and G. Ramsey, eds. Perception, An Approach to Personality. pp. 356419. New York, Oxford University Press. Free, D. 1986. Selective Exposure to Information, A Review of Recent Research. In L. Berkowitz, ed., Advances in Experimental Social Psy. Ecology, Volume 19, pp. 4180. New York, Academic Press. From, E. 1941. Escape from Freedom. New York, Holt, Reinhardt, and Winston. Fernham, A., and Ribchester, T. 1995. Tolerance of Ambiguity, A Review of the Concept, Its Measurement and Applications. Current Psychology. Developmental, Learning, Personality, Social, 14, 179200. Giddens, A. 1998. The Third Way, The Renewal of Social Democracy. Cambridge, England, Polity Press. Gillies, J., and Campbell, S. 1985. Conservatism and Poetry Preferences. British Journal of Social Psychology, 24, 223227. Glasgow, M.R., and Cartier, A.M. 1985. Conservatism, Sensation, Seeking, and Music Preferences. Personality and Individual Differences. 6, 393395. Golek, A. 2001, July. Need for Cognitive Closure and Political Conservatism, Studies on the Nature of the Relationship. Paper presented at the Annual Meeting of the International Society of Political Psychology. Cuernavaca, Mexico. Gordon, Ph. 2002, the 23rd of April. The Jolt in a Victory on the Right. The New York Times, p. A 23. Greenberg, J. Portus, J. Simon, L., and Pyszczynski, T. 1995. Evidence of a terror management function of cultural icons, the effects of mortality salience on the inappropriate use of cherished cultural symbols. Personality and Social Psychology Bulletin, 21, 1221 1228. Greenberg, J., Pyszczynski, T., and Solomon, S. 1986. The Causes and Consequences of the Need for Self-Esteem, a Terror Management Theory. In R. F. Baumeister, ed., Public Self and Private Self, pp. 189207. New York, Springer Verlag. Greenberg, J., Pyszczynski, T., Solomon, S., Rosenblatt, A., Vida, M. Kirtland, S., and Leon, D. 1990. Evidence for Terror Management Theory, 2. The effects of mortality salience on reactions to those who threaten or bolster the cultural worldview. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 58, 308318. Greenberg, J., Simon, L., Pyszczynski, T., Solomon, S., and Chaitel, D. 1992. Terror Management and Tolerance, Does Mortality Salience Al. Ways Intensify Negative Reactions to Others Who Threaten One's World View. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 63, 212220. Greenwald, A.G. 1980. The Totalitarian Ego, Fabrication and Revision of Personal History. American Psychologist, 35, 603618. Gruenfeld, D.H. 1995. Status, Ideology, and Integrative Ideology on the U.S. Supreme Court, Rethinking the Politics of Political Decision Ing. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 68, 520. Habermas, J. 1989. The New Conservatism, Cultural Criticism and the Historians' Debate, S. W. Nicholson, trans. Cambridge, MIT. Press. Hamilton, D.L., and Rose, T.L. 1980. Illusory Correlation and the Maintenance of Stereotypic Beliefs. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 39, 832845. Hamilton, V.L., Sanders, J., and McConney, S.J. 1995. Orientations Toward Authority in an Authoritarian State, Moscow in 1990. Personality and Social Psychology Bulletin, 21, 356365. Harmon Jones, E., Greenberg, J., Solomon, S., and Simon, L. 1996. The Effects of Mortality Salience on Intergroup Discrimination between Min-Imal Groups. European Journal of Social Psychology, 26, 677681. Hastath, H., and Cantrell, H. 1954. They Saw a Game, a Case Study. Journal of Abnormal and Social Psychology, 49, 129134. Higgins, E.T. 1996. Knowledge Activation, Accessibility, Applicability, and Salience. In E.T. Higgins and A. W. Kruglinski, eds., Social Psychology, Handbook of Basic Principles, pp. 133168. New York. Guilford Press. Higgins, E.T. 1997. Beyond Pleasure and Pain. American Psychologist. 52, 1280 1300. Higgins, E.T. 1998. Promotion and Prevention, Regulatory Focus as a Motivational Principle. Advances in Experimental Social Psychology. 3145. Hinz, T., Duster, J., and Joe, V.C. 1997. The Relationship of Conservatism and Cognitive Complexity. Personality and Individual Differences. 22, 297298. Hofstede, G.H. 2001. Culture's Consequences, Comparing Values, B. Behaviors, Institutions, and Organizations Across Nations, 2nd ed. Thou. Sandoaks, C.A., Sage. Hogg, Emma, and Mullin, B.A. 1999. Joining Groups to Reduce Uncertainty, Subjective Uncertainty Reduction and Group Identification. In D. Abrams and Emma Hogg, eds, Social Identity and Social Cognition, pp. 249279. Oxford, Blackwell. Huntington, S. 1957. Conservatism as an Ideology. American Political Science Review, 51, 454473. Hyman, H. H., and Sheasley, P.B. 1954. The Authoritarian Persona. Lighty, A Methodological Critique. In R. Christie and M. Jahoda, eds. Studies in the Scope and Method of the Authoritarian Personality, pp. 5122. Glencoe, I.L., Free Press. Joe, V.C., Jones, R.N., and Ryder, S. 1977. Conservatism, Openness to Experience and Sample Bias. Journal of Personality Assessment, 41. 527531. Jost, J.T. 1995. Negative Illusions, Conceptual Clarification and Psycho. 371. Conservatism as Motivated Social Cognition. Logical Evidence Concerning False Consciousness. Political Psychology. 16, 397424. Jost, J.T. 1996. In-group and out-group favoritism among groups differing. In Socioeconomic Success, Effects of Perceived Legitimacy and Justify. Cation Processes, Doctoral Dissertation, Yale University, 1996. Disser. Taschen Abstracts International, 57, 763b. Jost, J.T., and Banerjee, M.R. 1994. The Role of Stereotyping in System Justification and the Production of False Consciousness. British Journal of Social Psychology, 33 127. Jost, J.T., and Burgess, D. 2000. Attitudinal Ambivalence and the Conflict between Group and System Justification Motives in Low-Status Groups. Personality and Social Psychology Bulletin, 26, 293305. Jost, J.T., Burgess, D., and Mosso, C. 2001. Conflicts of Legitimation among Self, Group, and System, the Integrative Potential of System. Justification Theory. In J.T. Jost and B. Major, eds, The Psychology of Legitimacy, Emerging Perspectives on Ideology, Justice, and Intergroup Relations, pp. 363388. New York, Cambridge University Press. Jost, J.T., and Kruglinski, A.W. 2002. The Estrangement of Social Constructionism and Experimental Social Psychology, History of the Rift and Prospects for Reconciliation. Personality and Social Psychology. Review, 6, 168187. Jost, J.T., Kruglinski, A.W., and Simon, L. 1999. Effects of Epistemic Motivation on Conservatism, Intolerance, and Other System-Justifying Attitudes. In L. Thompson, D. M. Messick, and J. M. Levine, eds. Shared Cognition in Organizations, The Management of Knowledge, pp. 91-116. Mahua, N.J., Elbaum. Jost, J.T., Pelham, B.W., Sheldon, O., and Sullivan, B. 2003. Social Inequality and the Reduction of Ideological Dissonance on Behalf of the System, Evidence of Enhanced System Justification Among the Disadvantaged. Tagged. European Journal of Social Psychology, 33, 1336. Jost, J.T., and Thompson, E.P. 2000. Group-Based Dominance and Opposition to Equality as Independent Predictors of Self-Esteem, Ethno-Centrism, and Social Policy Attitudes Among African Americans and European Americans. Journal of Experimental Social Psychology, 36. 209232. Judd, C.M., Krosnick, J.A., and Milburn, M.O. 1981. Political Involvement in Attitude Structure in the General Public. American Sociological Review, 46, 666-69. Judd, T. 2002, the 28th of April. America's Restive Partners, electronic version. The New York Times, late edition final, section 4, p. 15. Kemelmeyer, M. 1997. Need for Closure and Political Orientation Among German University Students. Journal of Social Psychology, 137. 787789. Kenny, D.T., and Ginsberg, R. 1958. The Specificity of Intolerance of Ambiguity Measures. Journal of Abnormal and Social Psychology, 56. 30304. Kurlinger, F.M. 1984. Social Attitude Statement and Referent Scales. pp. 118342. Liberalism and Conservatism, The Nature and Structure of Social Attitudes. Hillsdale, N.J., Elbaum. Curtin, M.J. 1978. Wilson and Patterson's Conservatism Scale, a shortened alternative form. British Journal of Social and Clinical Psy. Ecology, 17, 319323. Kish, G.B. 1973. Stimulus Seeking and Conservatism. In G.D. Wilson. ed., The Psychology of Conservatism, pp. 197207. London, ACA. Demick Press. Kish, G.B., and Donenworth, G.V. 1972. Sex Differences in the Correlates of Stimulus Seeking. Journal of Consulting and Clinical Psy. Ecology, 38,4249. Klugel, J.R., and Smith, E.R. 1986. Beliefs about inequality, Americans. Views of what is and what ought to be. New York, Aldine de Gruyter. Knight, K. 1999. Liberalism and Conservatism. In J. P. Robinson, P.R. Shaver, and L. S. Reitzman, eds, Measures of Political Attitudes, pp. 59158. San Diego, CA, Academic Press. *Con, p.m. 1974. Authoritarianism, Rebelliousness, and Their Correlates. Among British Undergraduates. British Journal of Social and Clinical Psychology, 13, 245255. Kolko, G. 1963. The Triumph of Conservatism, a Reinterpretation of American History, 1900–1916. New York, Free Press of Glencoe. Kruglinski, A. W. 1989. Lay Epistemics and Human Knowledge, Cognitive and Motivational Basis. New York, Plenum. Kruglinski, A. W. 1996. Motivated Social Cognition, Principles of the Interface. In E. T. Higgins and A. W. Kruglinski, eds, Social Psychology, Handbook of Basic Principles. New York, Guilford Press. Kruglinski, A. W. 1999. Motivation, Cognition, and Reality, 3 Memos. For the Next Generation of Research. Psychological Inquiry, 10,5458. Kruglinski, A. W., and Freund, T. 1983. The Freezing and Unfreezing of Lay. Inferences, Effects of Impressional Primacy, Ethnic Stereotyping, and Numerical Anchoring. Journal of Experimental Social Psychology, 19. 448468. Kruglinski, A. W., and Thompson, E. P. 1999a. The Illusory Second Mode. Or, The Cue is the Message. Psychological Inquiry, 10, 182193. Kruglinski, A. W., and Thompson, E. P. 1999b. Persuasion by a Single Root, A View from the Unna Model. Psychological Inquiry, 10,83109. Kruglinski, A. W., and Webster, D. M. 1991. Group members' reactions to opinion deviates and conformists at varying degrees of proximity to decision deadline and of environmental noise. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 61, 215225. Kruglinski, A. W., and Webster, D. M. 1996. Motivated Closing of the Mind, Seizing and Freezing. Psychological Review, 103, 263283. Kruglinski, A. W., Webster, D. M., and Culm, A. 1993. Motivated Reses. Tance and Openness to Persuasion in the Presence or Absence of Prior Information. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 65, 861. 876. Krugman, P. 2002, the 23rd of April. The Angry People. The New York Times, p. A. 23. Kunda, Z. 1990. The Case for Motivated Reasoning. Psychological Bull. Latin, 108, 48498. Lane, R. E. 1962. The Fear of Equality. In R. E. Lane, ed., Political Ideology, Why the American Common Man Believes What He Does, pp. 5781. New York, Free Press. Levine, H., Burgess, D., Snyder, M., Transu, J., Sullivan, J. L., Haney, B., and Wagner, S. H. 1999. Threat, Authoritarianism, and Voting, an Investigation of Personality and Persuasion. Personality and Social Psy. Ecology Bulletin, 25, 337347. Levine, H., Polycork, J., and Lodge, M. 1999, September. Authoritarian Ism and Threat, a Response Latency Analysis. Paper presented at the Annual Meeting of the American Political Science Association, Atlanta. G.A. Lehrer, J. 1997, the 23rd of July. The Arts, A Congress Divided, Television. Broadcast. News Hour. New York and Washington, D.C., Public Broadcasting Service. Transcript available from www.pbs.org/newshow/bb/ Entertainment/July-December 97/NEA_723. HTML. Lennon, J. 1970. God. On Plastic Ono Band, record. London, Northern Songs. Lentz, T.F. 1939. Personage Admiration and Other Correlates of Conservatism Radicalism. Journal of Social Psychology, 10,8193. Lerner, M.J. 1980. The Belief in a Just World, A Fundamental Delusion. New York, Plenum Press. Lieberman, N., Idson, L.C., Camacho, C.J., and Higgins, E.T. 1999. Promotion and Prevention Choices Between Stability and Change. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 77, 1135 1145. Lind, M. 1996. Up from Conservatism, Why the Right is Wrong for America. New York, Free Press. Lipset, S.M. 1981. Working Class Authoritarianism. In S.M. Lipset, ed. Political Man, The Social Basis of Politics, pp. 87-126. Baltimore. Johns Hopkins University Press. Original work published 1960. Lowe, C.Y.H., and Schwartz, M. eds. 1998. Social Policy and the Conservative Agenda. Oxford, England, Blackwell. Lord, C.G., Ross, L., and Lepper, M.R. 1979. Biased Assimilation and 372 Jost, Glaser, Kruglinski, and Sullivan. Attitude Polarization, The Effects of Prior Theories on Subsequently Considered Evidence. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 37. 2098-2109. Loy, D. 1977. The Leadership Passion. San Francisco, Josebase. Lyons, M., and Boulay, C. 1996. Too Close for Comfort, Right-Wing Populism, Scapegoating, and Fascist Potentials in U.S. Politics. Boston, South End Press. Mannheim, K. 1936. Ideology and Utopia. New York, Harcourt, Brace. Mannheim, K. 1986. Conservatism, A Contribution to the Sociology of Knowledge, D. Kettler, Viemager, and Enster, trans. New York, Rue. Clige and Kagan Paul. Original work published 1927. Martin, J., Scully, M., and Levitt, B. 1990. Injustice and the Legitimation of Revolution, Damning the Past, Excusing the Present, and Neglecting the Future. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 59, 281290. Martin, J. L. 2001. The Authoritarian Personality, 50 years later, What lessons are there for political psychology? Political Psychology, 22. 126. McAllister, P., and Anderson, O. 1991. Conservatism and the Comprehension of Implausible Texts. European Journal of Social Psychology. 21, 147164. McCann, S.J.H. 1997. Threatening Times, Strong Presidential Popular Vote Winners, and the Victory Margin, 1824–1964. Journal of Person. Ality and Social Psychology, 73, 160–170. McCloskey, H., and Zala, J. 1984. The American Ethos. Cambridge, Ma. Harvard University Press. McGregor, I., Zanna, M.P., Holmes, J.G., and Spencer, S.J. 2001. Compensatory Conviction in the Face of Personal Uncertainty, Going to Extremes and Being Oneself. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology. Ogie, 80, 472488. McGuire, W.J. 1985. Attitudes and Attitude Change. In G. Lindsay and E. Aronson, eds, Handbook of Social Psychology, pp. 233346. New York, Random House. Mercer, W.G., and Cairns, E. 1981. Conservatism and its Relationship to General and Specific Ethnocentrism in Northern Ireland. British Journal of Social Psychology, 2013–16. Milburn, Emma. 1991. Persuasion and Politics, The Social Psychology of Public Opinion. Pacific Grove CA, Brooks Cole /Wadsworth. Miller, A.S. 1994. Dynamic Indicators of Self-Perceived Conservatism. Sociological Quarterly, 35, 175182. Miller, D.T., and Ross, M. 1975. Self-Serving Biases in the Attribution of Causality, Fact or Fiction. Psychological Bulletin, 82, 213225. Morris, W. ed. 1976. The American Heritage Dictionary of the English Language, New College ed. Boston, Houghton Mifflin. Muller, J.Z. 2001. Conservatism, Historical Aspects. In N.J. Smolser and P.B. Baltz, eds, International Encyclopedia of the Social and Behav. I. Oral Sciences, pp. 2624–2628. Amsterdam, Elsevier. Nielsen, W. ed. 1958. Webster's New International Dictionary of the English Language, 2nd ed., unabridged. New York, Merriam. *Nears, DKB. 1973. Attitudes to the Common Market, a Case Study in Conservatism. In G. D. Wilson, ed., The Psychology of Conservatism. pp. 239255. New York, Academic Press. O'Connor, p. 1952. Ethnocentrism, Intolerance of Ambiguity and A.B. Stract Reasoning Ability. Journal of Abnormal and Social Psychology, 47. 526-530. Paulicki, R.E., and Almquist, C. 1973. Authoritarianism, Locus of Control. And Tolerance of Ambiguity as Reflected in Membership and Non-Membership in a Women's Liberation Group. Psychological Reports, 32, 1331. 1337. Peterson, B.E., Doty, R.M., and Winter, D.G. 1993. Authoritarianism and Attitudes Toward Contemporary Social Issues. Personality and Social Psychology Bulletin, 19, 174184. Peterson, B.E., and Lane, M.D. 2001. Implications of Authoritarianism for Young Adulthood, Longitudinal Analysis of College Experiences and Future Goals. Personality and Social Psychology Bulletin, 27, 678690. Peterson, B.E., Smirls, K.A., and Wentworth, P.A. 1997. Generativity and Authoritarianism Implications for Personality, Political Involvement, and Parenting. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 72, 1202. 1216. Pettigrew, T.F. 1958. The Measurement and Correlates of Category. Width as a Cognitive Variable. Journal of Personality, 26, 532544. Popper, K.R. 1959. The Logic of Scientific Discovery. New York, Harper. Prato, F. 1999. The Puzzle of Continuing Group Inequality, Piecing Together Psychological, Social, and Cultural Forces in Social Dominance Theory. Advances in Experimental Social Psychology, 31, 191263. Prato, F., Cedanius, J., Stalworth, L.M., and Mal, B.F. 1994. Social Dominance Orientation, a Personality Variable Predicting Social and Political Attitudes. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 67. 741763. Ray, J.J. 1973. Conservatism, Authoritarianism, and Related Variables, a Review and Empirical Study. In G. D. Wilson, ed., The Psychology of Conservatism, pp. 1735. New York, Academic Press. Ray, J.J. 1988. Cognitive Style as a Predictor of Authoritarianism. Conservatism, and Racism, a Fantasy in Many Movements. Political Psychology, 9, 303308. Reading, R.E. 2001. Socio-Political Diversity in Psychology, The Case for Pluralism. American Psychologist, 56, 205215. Reek, W. 1970. The Mass Psychology of Fascism, via Carfagno. Trans. New York, Farrar, Straus, and Giras. Original work published. 1946. Rickert, E.J. 1998. Authoritarianism and Economic Threat, Implications. For Political Behavior. Political Psychology, 19, 707-720. Robbins, R.S., and Post, J.M. 1997. Political Paranoia, The Psychopolitics of Hatred. New Haven, C.T., Yale University Press. Rohan, M.J., and Zanna, M.P. 1998. The Products of Socialization. A discussion of self-regulatory strategies and value systems. In J.M. Darley and J. Cooper, eds, Attribution and Social Interaction, The Legacy of Edward E. Jones. Washington, D.C., American Psychological Association. Rokiach, M. 1956. Political and Religious Dogmatism, an Alternative to the Authoritarian Personality. Psychological Monographs, 70, 18, Whole. Number 425, 43. Rokiach, M. 1960. The Open and Closed Mind. New York, Basic Books. Rorty, R. 1989. Contingency, Irony, and Solidarity. Cambridge, England. Cambridge University Press. Rosenblatt, A. Greenberg, J. Solomon, S. Pyszczynski, T. and Leon, D. 1989. Evidence for Terror Management Theory, I. The Effects of Mortality Salience on Reactions to Those Who Violate or Uphold Cultural Values. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 57, 681690. Rosenthal, R. 1991. Meta-Analytic Procedures for Social Research, 2nd. ed. Thousand Oaks, C.A., Sage. Rossiter, C. 1968. Conservatism. In D. Sills, ed., International INSEE. Clopedia of the Social Sciences, pp. 290-95. New York, Macmillan and Free Press. Sales, S.M. 1972. Economic Threat as a Determinant of Conversion Rates. In Authoritarian and Non-Authoritarian Churches. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 23, 424-8. Sales, S.M. 1973. Threat as a Factor in Authoritarianism, an Analysis of Archival Data. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 28,4457. Sales, S.M., and Friend, K.E. 1973. Success and Failure as Determinants of Level of Authoritarianism. Behavioral Science, 18, 163172. Sanford, N. 1966. Self and Society, Social Change and Individual Development. New York, Atherton Press. Sanger, D. 2001, the 25th of July. On World Stage, America's President Wins. Mixed Reviews. The New York Times P.1. Sanger, D. 2002, April the 8th. Mideast Turmoil, Assessment. The New York Times p.6. Scala, M., Boyd, C., Johans, J., and O'Brien, N. 1995. The Prejudiced Personality Revisited, Personal Need for Structure and Formation of Erroneous Group Stereotypes. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology. Ogi, 68, 544555. 373 Conservatism as Motivated Social Cognition. Schiemel, J., Simon, L., Greenberg, J., Pyszczynski, T., Solomon, S. Waxmansky, J., and Arndt, J. 1999. Stereotypes and Terror Management. Evidence that mortality salience enhances stereotypic thinking and preferences. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 77, 905926. Sears, D.O. 1983. The Persistence of Early Political Predispositions, The Roles of Attitude, Object and Life Stage. In L. Wheeler and P. Shaver, eds. Review of Personality and Social Psychology, Volume 4, pp. 79116. Beverly Hills, CA, Sage. Sears, D.O. 1986. College Sophomores in the Laboratory, Influence of a Narrow Database on Social Psychology's View of Human Nature. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 51, 515530. Sears, D.O. 1994. Ideological Bias in Political Psychology, The View from Scientific Hell. Political Psychology, 15, 547556. Sears, D.O., and Funk, C.L. 1991. The Role of Self-Interest in Social and Political Attitudes. Advances in Experimental Social Psychology, 24. 185. Shah, J.Y., Kruglinski, A.W., and Thompson, E.P. 1998. Membership. Hazits, Epistemic, Rewards, Need for Closure Effects on In-Group Bias. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 75, 383393. Shills, E.A. 1954. Authoritarianism, Right and Left. In R. Christie and M. Jahoda, eds, Studies in the Scope and Method of the Authoritarian Personality, pp. 2449. Glencoe, I.L., Free Press. Cedanius, J. 1978. Intolerance of Ambiguity and Socio-Politico Ideology. A Multidimensional Analysis. European Journal of Social Psychology, 8. 215235. Cedanius, J. 1984. Political Interest, Political Information Search, and Ideological Homogeneity as a Function of Socio-Political Ideology, A Tale of Three Theories. Human Relations, 37, 811828. Cedanius, J. 1985. Cognitive Functioning and Socio-Political Ideology. Revisited. Political Psychology, 6, 637661. Cedanius, J. 1988. Political Sophistication and Political Deviance, a Structural Equation Examination of Context Theory. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 55,3751. Cedanius, J. 1993. The Psychology of Group Conflict and the Dynamics of Oppression, a Social Dominance Perspective. In Sengar and W.J. Maguire, eds, Explorations in Political Psychology, pp 183219. Durham, N.C., Duke University Press. C. Danius, J., and E. Kihama, B. 1979. Political Socialization, a Motivat. E8 Analysis of Swedish Political Attitude and Preference Data. European Journal of Social Psychology, 9, 265279. C. Danius, J., and Lau, R. 1989. Political Sophistication and Political Deviance, a Matter of Context. Political Psychology, 10,85109. C. Danius, J., and Prato, F. 1993. The Inevitability of Oppression and the Dynamics of Social Dominance. In P. Snyderman, P. E. Tetlock, and E. G. Carmines, eds, Prejudice, Politics, and the American Dilemma, pp. 173211. Stanford, C.A., Stanford University Press. C. Danius, J., and Prato, F. 1999. Social Dominance, an Intergroup Theory of Social Hierarchy and Oppression. New York, Cambridge University Press. C. Danius, J., Prato, F., and Bobo, L. 1996. Racism, Conservatism, Affirmative Action, and Intellectual Sophistication, a Matter of Principled Conservatism or Group Dominance. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 70, 476490. Smith, M.R., and Gordon, R. 1998. Personal Need for Structure and Attitudes Toward Homosexuality. Journal of Social Psychology, 138. 8387. Smithus, A.G., and Lobley, D.M. 1978. Dogmatism, Social Attitudes and Personality. British Journal of Social and Clinical Psychology, 17. 135142. Snyderman, P.M., Piazza, T., Tetlock, P.E., and Kendrick, A. 1991. The New Racism. American Journal of Political Science, 35, 423645. Snyderman, P.M., and Tetlock, P.E. 1986. Symbolic Racism, Problems of Motive Attribution in Political Analysis. Journal of Social Issues, 42. 129150. Sorrentino, R.M., and Roney, C.J.R. 1986. Uncertainty Orientation. Achievement-related motivation, and task diagnosticity as determinants of task performance. Social Cognition, 4, 42436. Sorrentino, R.M., and Roney, C.J.R. 2000. The Uncertain Mind, Individual Differences in Facing the Unknown. Philadelphia, Psychology Press / Taylor and Francis. Srull, T.K., and Wire, R.S. 1979. The Role of Category Accessibility in the Interpretation of Information About Persons, Some Determinants and Implications. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 37, 1660. 1672. Stacy, B.G., and Green, R.T. 1971. Working Class Conservatism, a Review and an Empirical Study. British Journal of Social and Clinical Psychology, 10,1026. Stone, I.F. 1989. In a Time of Torment, 1961-1967. Boston, Little, Brown, Stone, W.F. 1980. The Myth of Left-Wing Authoritarianism. Political Psychology, 2319. Stone, W.F. 1986. Personality and Ideology, Empirical Support for Tompkins Polarity Theory. Political Psychology, 7, 689708. Stone, W.F., Lederer, G., and Christie, R. eds. 1993. Strength and Weakness, The Authoritarian Personality Today. New York, Springer. Verlag. Stone, W.F., and Schaffner, P.E. 1988. The Psychology of Politics. New York, Springer Verlag. Straumann, T.J., and Higgins, E.T. 1988. Self-discrepancies as predictors of vulnerability to distinct syndromes of chronic emotional distress. Journal of Personality, 56, 685707. Sulloy, F.J. 1996. Born to Rebel, Birth Order, Family Dynamics, and Creative Lives. New York, Pantheon. Sulloy, F.J. 2001. Birth Order, Sibling Competition, and Human Behavior. In H. R. Holcomb 3, ed., Conceptual Challenges in Evolution. R.E. Psychology, Innovative Research Strategies, pp. 3983. Dordrecht. The Netherlands, Kluwer Academic. Tetlock, P.E. 1983. Cognitive Style and Political Ideology. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 45, 118126. Tetlock, P.E. 1984. Cognitive Style and Political Belief Systems in the British House of Commons. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology. Ogie, 46, 365375. Tetlock, P.E. 1994. Political Psychology or Politicized Psychology, is the road to scientific hell paved with good moral intentions. Political Psychology, 15, 509529. Tetlock, P.E., Burns-Waig, J., and Gallant, J.L. 1985. Supreme Court. Decision-making, Cognitive Style as a Predictor of Ideological Consistency of Voting. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 48. 1227 1239. Tetlock, P.E., Hannum, K.A., and Micheletti, P.M. 1984. Stability and Change in the Complexity of Senatorial Debate, Testing the Cognitive versus Rhetorical Style Hypotheses. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 46, 979990. Tetlock, P.E., and Mitchell, G. 1993. Liberal and Conservative Approaches to Justice, Conflicting Psychological Portraits. In B. Amelis and J. Barron, eds, Psychological Perspectives on Justice, pp. 234255. Cambridge, England, Cambridge University Press. Thomas, D.B. 1976. Exploring the Personality Ideology Interface, Q-Sort. Of Tompkins' Polarity Theory. Experimental Study of Politics, 547-87. Tompkins, S.S. 1963. Left and Right, A Basic Dimension of Ideology and Personality. In R.W. White, ed., The Study of Lives, pp. 388411. Chicago, Atherton. Tompkins, S.S. 1965. Affect and the Psychology of Knowledge. In S.S. Tompkins and C.E. Izard, eds., Affect, Cognition, and Personality, M. Empirical Studies, pp. 72-97. New York, Springer. Tompkins, S.S. 1987. Script Theory. In J. Aronov and I. Rubin, eds. The Emergence of Personality, pp. 147-16. New York, Springer. Tompkins, S.S. 1988. Polarity Scale. In W. F. Stone and P. E. Schaffner. eds. The Psychology of Politics, pp. 292-298. New York, Springer. Vlog. Original, unpublished work developed 1964. 374 Jost, Glaser, Kruglinski, and Sulloy. Tompkins, S.S. 1995. Ideology and Effect. In EV Demos, ed., Expler. In Effect, The Selected Writings of Sylvan S. Tompkins, pp. 109167. New York, University of Cambridge Press. Turner, J.C. 1991. Social Influence. Buckingham, England, Open Uni. Versity Press. Van den Bos, K., and Miedema, J. 2000. Toward Understanding Why Fairness Matters, The Influence of Mortality Salience on Reactions to Procedural Fairness. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 79. 355366. Webster, a C., and Stewart, R. a C. 1973. Theological Conservatism. In G. D. Wilson, ed., The Psychology of Conservatism, pp. 129147. London, Academic Press. Webster, D. M. 1993. Motivated Augmentation and Reduction of the Over-Attribution Bias. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 65. 261271. Webster, D. M. 1994. Groups Under the Influence, Need for Closure. Effects on the Use of Shared and Unique Information. Unpublished. Doctoral Dissertation, University of Maryland at College Park. Webster, D. M., and Kruglinski, A. W. 1994. Individual Differences in Need for Cognitive Closure. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology. Ogie, 67, 1049 1062. Webster, D. M., Richter, L., and Kruglinski, A. W. 1996. On Leaping to Conclusions When Feeling Tired, Mental Fatigue Effects on Impressional Primacy. Journal of Experimental Social Psychology, 32, 181195. Whitley, B. E., Jr. 1999. Right-Wing Authoritarianism, Social Dominance. Orientation, and Prejudice. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology. Ogie, 77, 126134. Whitley, B.E., Jr., and Lee, S.E. 2000. The Relationship of Authoritarianism and Related Constructs to Attitudes Toward Homosexuality. Journal of Applied Social Psychology, 30, 144170. Will, G.F. 1998. Bunce. New York, Scribner. Williams, S. 1984. Left-Right Ideological Differences in Blaming Victims. Political Psychology, 5, 573581. Wilson, G.D. 1968. Authoritarianism or Conservatism. Papers in Psy. Ecology, 2, 58. Wilson, G.D. 1973a. Development and Evaluation of the C-Scale. In G.D. Wilson, ed., The Psychology of Conservatism, pp. 4969. London, Academic Press. Wilson, G.D. 1973b. A Dynamic Theory of Conservatism. In G.D. Wilson, ed., The Psychology of Conservatism, pp. 257265. London, ACA. Demic Press. Wilson, G.D. ed. 1973c. The Psychology of Conservatism. London. Academic Press. Wilson, G.D. 1973d. The Temperamental Basis of Attitudes. In G.D. Wilson, ed., The Psychology of Conservatism, pp. 187196. London. Academic Press. Wilson, G.D., Orsman, J., and Matthews, T.R. 1973. Conservatism and Art Preferences. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 25. 286288. Wilson, G.D., and Patterson, J.R. 1968. A New Measure of Conservatism. British Journal of Social and Clinical Psychology, 8, 264269. Received the 22nd of July, 1999. Revision received the 20th of August, 2002. Accepted the 20th of August, 2002. 375 Conservatism as Motivated Social Cognition.